My name is Bobby Hemmitt. I'm happy to be here in Shreveport, Louisiana. What's the date? May 27th, 2006. I'm glad to be here. I've been doing lectures now for the past 14 years. I started in June of '92. Actually, I started doing the LA riots. It's taken me all over the country several times. There's black people every place but Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Now, I can understand Mississippi and Alabama. I think you know Louisiana, birthplace of such spiritual essence from music, spirituality, and even cuisine, all done by black people that I figured I should give you at least now. And I think it's perfect though, because you know after Katrina hit, you see what I'm saying? And all of a sudden now, for 14 years I've been living here, and after Katrina hit, bam, I'm here. So I think everything is spiritual. I think everything is right on time. You know, I want to give a shout out to the sister that brought me, Sister Angela. She's on the way. She's on the way, yeah, and her family members and everybody that's part of this conscious community. And also I want to give a shout out to Powerful People Production, the sister Sonura, which was one of the ones who was instrumental in a lot of people knowing about me because she's the one that supplied the tapes. From Sister Sonura from Indianapolis, Indiana, is also here, and this is her hometown that she was born in. So that's very special also that she migrated here to this weekend. But she's the one that actually supplied a lot of the tapes. Now she had some of those tapes here too, by the way, that made it possible. A lot of people view me in this area. And met Sister Angela with last year, you were last year, 2 years ago, that made this connection. And so I've been lecturing with her, coming to Indianapolis for the past, what, 5 years now, and did a lot of work together down there. And so I want to give a shout out to, you know, certain people that made this possible. And also to say that I'm really glad to be in Louisiana because you got to understand one thing. When, and it must be known that the whole thing that went down in New Orleans was a target, but that's the entire Louisiana thing. Although New Orleans might have been the hub that they want to focus on, that was a target because whether we like it or not, Katrina passed over New Orleans in a particular aspect that New Orleans weathered the storm. Now it hit Mississippi and Alabama head on. And so we know that the legends, they broke them before. We know that that whole thing was an explosion. And if you have problems with that, you must study your government enough to know that these things are common with the United States government. We'll give a bit of a history on the other side, because there's always two things that's going on concurrently. There's some things that's going on politically, and there's some things that's going on spiritually. Now, the people at the top of the hierarchy, we'll be talking about the global elite. People at the top of the hierarchy, it is their business to try to understand what is going on spiritually and try to counter that. Because whether we like it or not, everyone knows. As far as the global elite, when we talk about the ruling powers. When I say ruling powers, I'm not talking about a Bush. Because a George Bush is a person, his job is not as much as important as a person working at church's chicken, a Popeye chicken. He has the boss in the hierarchy, and he has to get his orders from the hierarchy. And he's much more scared of that hierarchy than he is you. So and that's the form of the decoy. It's the whole African trick. Dr. John Henry Clark even talked about it, that in the system of any kind of kingship, there might be 12 decoys before you even get to the real chief or the real king. You understand where I'm coming from? So it's the same thing that they follow our system. So you'll get a decoy and it's key. There's a book called, what's the name of this book? It's a book on how to rule the people. About I'll come up with it in a few minutes. Science or something. Anyway, their ability to rule is to rule anonymously. Their ability to rule is to remain unseen. the unseen hand. And you must understand the trick. If I give you a monarchy and a kingship, you might get jealous of that. Because over centuries, because our kingship is based on divine kingship. We look at that person as a possibility of a divine order, you see what I'm saying, and a manifestation of the higher being, the higher gods and goddesses. I want to put that. You see what I'm saying? Because right now there's a certain energy that's permeating, and you going he. You understand what I'm saying? You miss half the energy. Because the Africans are the ancient indigenous people around the world. No one dealt with a single masculine deity. And this government, you better make it be shown. Let it be known. This government knows one thing. You say, well, I'm lining up behind God and he's going to have my back. Then you might as well go ahead and kill him. Because he don't know science. You see, that's why they still have a Queen of England. That's why the papacy or the Pope bows down to a black Madonna and child. You see what I'm saying? So you can't go by based on what you feel it was good enough for your parents. We're talking about a ladder. And you're supposed to be of a higher part of that ladder than your parents at the turn of the century, the turn of the last century. You understand what I'm saying? So you're supposed to think different. Now going back to this global elite, it's a hierarchy, and you focusing on Bush is a decoy. And you never get what's going on. This is like the brother was upset about the people, and they wrote the little thing with the little list yesterday. What was the little thing they wrote and put in the paper? And what you don't realize is this. You burning up the energy. Who would ever say that you were supposed to be looking at a political system as something being viable to your liberation in the first place? It was put here by the same demon, you understand what I'm saying? That captivated you and put you in bondage. So why are you thinking that that's going to be the end all and be all? Because you program to think a certain way, and that's what we have to do. We have to stop being programmed and thinking a certain way. You must challenge everything, including God itself. You must challenge that too. Because in challenging that, you synthesize that particular information, and then you find out the greater information of spirituality or what that God and God is might be. You see what I'm saying? Might be. So in so many words, now going back to this hierarchy, one thing is sure about them. They look, the global intelligence, the global elite, they might call themselves, there's hundreds of names. So Illuminati, New World Order, Tavistock, Council on Foreign Relations. There's so many of these, you know, all these genres. There's several societies. And the societies that you have, that they say, Illuminati, whenever they give you those societies, those are decoy societies. They already into something else. By the time those societies get to you, you never really know what they're up on that in particular time. It might be the McDonald's society, the Burger King society, something that houses something that you might never know where the people are. You understand what I'm coming from here? So now, in dealing with that, you must understand at this particular time, is one thing, and be sure about this. The first thing they look at in ruling you, and when they understand where you are, is they look and say, how are they spiritually? I'm not talking about religious. Religion and spirituality is two different things. Religion has very little to do with spirituality. Religion is a particular political ceremony with all types of customs, and it is a simulation of something that might be spiritual. But it's basically political, mostly moralistic, and a behavioral program that most African societies and indigenous societies around the world, you knew how to behave. You see what I'm saying? At age 8 or 9. So you didn't have to spend the rest of your life trying to learn how to behave based on a book telling you don't do this and don't do that. You understand what I'm saying? It was a part of your rite of passage. It was a part of your culture. Now we understand that around 2,000 years ago, close to 2,000 or 1,000 years ago, sometime around the time of the coming of the Old Testament, because you got three babies, they all the same thing. Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. The Father, the Son, and the grandson. Those religions were needed as a model this generation, in the last 20-something years, because we have lost all of the behavioral modification and the things that our people, our grandparents and our parents would have mastered with common sense. And we have rules and regulations now. You see what I'm saying? And I can just go into a little checkout line and just see a person's temperament when I'm getting something from the grocery store and looking at this person and saying, this person has no concept of manners whatsoever. So we know that that pattern is broken down within the last, at least the last 15, 16, 17, 18 years. You see what I'm saying? So yes, we can say we need a moral code for that, but not necessarily as an aspect of your spirituality, because most things that are spiritual, the church is against. And major organized religions, most things that are spiritual, they are against. You see what I'm saying? And I say that because I'm talking about the people who put these things together. When we say the church, we're talking about people who convene in the Conference of Nicaea, one of 8 conferences, to basically homogenize and pasteurize spirituality out of what they would call religious dogma that would say this is the rule of people. See what I'm saying? This is the rule of people. So, in looking at that and looking at the people who rule us, they're clear about one thing. You can dance and sing all you want in the church. You can do all the stuff that is good behavior that you learn in vacation Bible school or Bible school or whatever. But as far as the people are looking at you, they're saying, do they know their ancient science? That's the only thing we're concerned about. You see what I'm saying? Do these ancient indigenous people, I say that because I don't want to just put this one continental thing for Africa. You see what I'm saying? In which we can, I'll show you a picture, which, if we Africa and we on a continental aspect of this thing, we get half of our picture. Now, Elijah Muhammad says what? The whole earth is ours. The word more means Lord of the earth. I'm going to get one of these pictures right here. Here's the brother. Hold on 1 minute. Y'all alright?
Oh, yeah.
Here's the brother. As you can see, can y'all see that? With the dreadlocks. He got him an Egyptian robe. He has the dreads. He got a wide nose and some big lips. Is this from Africa? Or is this from Vietnam? This is from Cambodia. See what I'm saying? So my point here is, in looking at pictures like this, we must globalize ourselves to understand that we are global people. And wherever you go on the planet, there we are. So the whole concept of Africa, we can start with that. And we have in the whole Afrocentric conscious movement. But if I say something about China, that's yours. If I say something about Tibet, that's yours. If I say something about Japan, that's yours. And 90% of the time, a lot of history is to cover up these ancient indigenous people. If I say something about Hawaii, black people, you see what I'm saying? We don't need to go to South America, the Philippines. J.A. Rogers told us this stuff close to 100 years ago. You understand what I'm saying? So the whole concept of just being focused on Africa, you understand what I'm saying? We are global people. That's one thing we got to understand at this particular time. Because there's stuff that's coming from all over. We got to tie it all in together. Now, like I said, the people that rule your life and how you get on top of ruling your life is to understand is what? The whole earth is ours. The word more means Lord of the earth. I'm going to get one of these pictures right here. Here's the brother. Hold on 1 minute. Y'all alright?
Oh, yeah.
Here's the brother. As you can see, can y'all see that? With the dreadlocks. He got him an Egyptian robe. He has the dreads. He got a wide nose and some big lips. Vietnam. This is from Cambodia. See what I'm saying? So my point here is, in looking at pictures like this, we must mobilize ourselves to understand that we are global people. And wherever you go on the planet, there we are. So the whole concept of Africa, we can start with that. And we have in the whole Afrocentric conscious movement. But if I say something about China, that's yours. If I say something about Tibet, that's yours. If I say something about Japan, that's yours. And 90% of the time, a lot of history is to cover up these ancient indigenous people. Right. If I say something about Hawaii, black people, you see what I'm saying? We don't need to go to South America, the Philippines. J.A. Rogers told us this stuff close to 100 years ago. You understand what I'm saying? So the whole concept of just being focused on Africa, you understand what I'm saying? We are global people. That's one thing we got to understand at this particular time. Because there's stuff that's coming from all over. We got to tie it all in together. Now, like I said, the people that rule your life and how you get on top of ruling your life is to understand what is your science. When I say your science, I'm talking about what is your spirituality. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not necessarily saying that Christianity, Judaism, and Islam don't have the motifs of it's a form of a simulation. You understand what I'm saying? But you have to reprogram that and try to find out what was your concept about those same things that they later on homogenized and gave back to you. You understand what I'm saying? The motifs are there, so you don't have to abandon things because you need all of this stuff. See what I'm saying? The modern world is in fragments, which means if you say I'm going to be only ancient Egypt, and we know that we got fragments from around the world that's been scattered all over the planet. So what motifs you are looking at that you call ancient Egypt, ancient Samaria, all that black people stuff, you're only looking at a fragment. Now the white boy does it like this. They say, look, we are not the authors of none of this history. And while you are arguing on whether you Yoruba, or whether you are Doom, or whether you are Christianity, whether you ancient Hebrew, they say, look, we're not arguing any of this history, so therefore we'll study it all. And then we'll put the keys together. And that's what you have to do at this particular time. You got to become multifaceted. You have to become multifaceted. We're going to get into some of this advanced information. You see what I'm saying? And the information on how a lot of these things work. We'll go into a lot of motifs and a lot of signs and symbols dealing with the melanin, dealing with the inner constitution of our own divine self, and dealing with John 10, verse 34, 36. Is it not written in the law that ye are gods, for whom the scriptures cannot be broken? If Jesus could come in all of us, that's the code. And everybody boy knows it. If you're thinking about some person running around 2,000 years ago or 1,000 years ago, you don't get it. You thinking of that, don't understand that the motif is that it's not, it's the whole concept of it is in your own DNA, and you don't get it. And that's what he's concerned about. That's what they're concerned about. You see, not how you feel, not how you dress, and not how you behave. You see, they're concerned about how much do you know your ancient science? Because when they go to those lodges, you understand what I'm saying? They're not saying no spirituals, no Negro spirituals. Or they're not doing the stuff that you think they do. You see what I'm saying? There's a book called Theosophia. It's a book on what your Vatican and what the Pope really worships. The book came out on Theosophia by Arthur Verse Lewis. And it's basically what they deal with in everything, and what the Pope and all the stuff they got you in Catholicism, and they got you in different aspects, and you still talking about he. And what they deal with in their particular doctrine is all the divine feminine. They don't, I'm saying, you got to understand the difference now. They give the masses the simulation. You see, you get one story, that story has to line and coincide with the same story. You see what I'm saying? That all of Christendom has. You see what I'm saying? But the hierarchy, the priests learned more and knew more than the laymen. You understand what I'm saying? So, you don't think that they worship that foolishness that they give you, have you all teary-eyed. You understand what I'm saying? Obviously, these people have enough stuff in the bottom of the Vatican that can reach. How many miles this stuff can go? They say this thing can go for miles and miles, all the artifacts and stuff that they deal with. And you got to be insane to think that your Mount Grove Baptist Church, you see what I'm saying? And with you in there with some tambourines and stuff like that, and some teary-eyed stuff, you sing a few songs, that's got anything to do with the people who rule your lives. You must understand that. You see what I'm saying? You are in 2006. You went into the millennium. You can't be dealing with the same thing that your people were dealing with, eating a bag of damn skins. You see what I'm saying? You see, 50, 60 years ago. Now that was good for them, but you got to become beyond that. And I said, and so government is like, have the people gotten past this stuff? Do these people know anything yet? You see what I'm saying? Do these people actually think that the world and what we say out of our mouths to make you feel good is actually what is reality? You understand where I'm coming from here? So we must go beyond that and permeate beyond that. Okay, brother said something the other day. He said that he was from the South. I guess you could consider this the South. He said, but then when he went to the North, a whole other mannerism, a whole other temperament, and a whole other system. And although he was appalled when the guy who was standing in the line, the guy asked the guy for a pen, and he didn't give it to me and told him no. And he said he was upset about that until he realized that he had the right to tell this guy no, because he might have been isolated where he was in the South, where there are certain matters that you have. You understand what I'm saying? But then again, on the other hand, there's a bigger world out here that might not be the reality in another part of the country, especially the other part of the globe. You understand what I'm coming from here? So we must get out of this particular construct that Freeport, Louisiana is the only reality that there is, and we are thinking at that particular, thinking that way, and thinking that the people in D.C., the people in Paris, are thinking on those lines, are the people that rule you and rule your lives. You understand what I'm saying? We must challenge this particular, so in that particular case, he also got, so in order to say that, because he made this statement, and he was honest about it, he said, Jesus talks to him every day. You see what I'm saying? Now that is the construct on what he has been taught to believe, you see what I'm saying, from his humble beginning to wherever he's from. And it's not necessarily saying that there is no validity in that, but there's a whole other scientific program on what actually occurs. He has to understand the other scientific concepts, other than just thinking it's a person in the Middle East. That actually, you see what I'm saying? It's the same concept of, I walk over an ant hill, and there's 1,000 ants down there. And the ant said, well, that's Bobby Hemmitt up there. And he made it possible for me to wake up in the morning. And we pray to him, and he answers my prayers. Now, to that ant, that might be his reality. But to me, who's in the ant hill, it's just a bunch of round sticks. Running around, I don't know a damn thing on what they say. The same concept of God. Unless the ant understands that I'm a part of the force that they call it on Star Wars. And the only way I'm going to tap into that God is to understand that I am that I am. I am that God. Then it binds together. Now we say this. Okay, so God is the ocean. You see, that's the ocean out there, it's fast. Now, if I take a cup and dip out of the ocean, is not the content in the cup the same as the content in the ocean? It is the same. Well, the essence of the God inside of you. As a matter of fact, the energy on the inside of you is more powerful than that in that universe. You want to know why? Because that in the universe is just a vast form of energy with no expression. It gave birth. It has no expression. The filtering of the fountainhead of that vastness is in you. So let's put it, okay. I want to say, I think I have to authenticate myself. I tell you what white folks are into. So that you all think it's that. So this is what is so-called faith isn't really Jews. Say in the Kabbalistic system, in Tel Aviv, that based on this particular energy, both in God and in man exists the same energy. What is our potential in the vast aspect of God filters and manifests in man. You are the manifestation. You are the filtering agent or the perfecting agent. It perfects in you. Then it says, but it only perfects in you by a Neoplatonic formula. We'll understand that basically to break that down. Neoplatonism is a Greek form. It comes from alchemy, which is an Egyptian form, and alchemy is the study of melanin. And the only process of the God form that comes to a Neoplatonic formula is the melanin inside of you. Same black stone that they talk about in the carbon. Carbon. We are carbon beings. Other people are carbon-based beings. We are carbon beings. Now they went to the white boy's son. And he's the greatest rover on this planet. He went to the metal in 1914, I think, and went in there and stole a piece of carbon, took it back to the lab in Europe, and analyzed it. It was pure carbon. You see what I'm saying? That's the melanin. You see, my point here is we have to be on that particular level of the science. We're going to deal with what you think is, because what you think the power of lead is interested in. As far as spirit is. Because you say, I got a PhD, a master's degree, BS degree, whatever. Well, he gave you those things. And when he gave you those things, it was a science agreed upon that they're going to give you a simulation of the education. Real education is not allowed. Only training.
That's what I'm talking about.
So I'm saying, I went to college for 8 years, and they couldn't teach me how to get out that front down door. See what I'm saying? Real education is not allowed based on their system. The only true education is self-knowledge, self-education. Only in the education system. See what I'm saying? Now, I went to the AU Center down in Atlanta, Georgia. They got Morehouse, Spelman, Clark Atlanta, Morris Brown, and ITC. That's the preacher's thing. The preacher's seminary. And they got one library that everybody uses no books in it. And John Henry Clark donated his collection I think in 91. So thanks to that, they got a John Henry Clark collection. But other than that, they didn't have no books in this thing. Now that's 5 universities with one library. And Emory University in Atlanta, one university got 5 libraries. You see what I'm saying? So my point here is, but they give you a syllabus and say, time is money. You got to complete these courses in 4 years, so you don't have time to go in and study all your stuff. You got time. You got to deal with them sorry majors that they give you. You see what I'm saying? My point here is, you cannot say that you are superior based on something that another person gave you. And the person that gave you a simulation of knowledge. First thing they did is when they culminated this stuff in Spain. Out of the 16 universities across Europe, it was more than that. Because they were there for 700 years and the Moors ruled Spain. First thing they did is when they put their education together, based on some stuff out of the Library of Alexandria called Hermeticus, Corpus Hermeticus, which is the basis of the Hermetic knowledge. It's the first thing we're going to do is we're going to split this thing in half. We're going to give you the basic seven-level order, which is going to be a simulation of greater laws that we got out of ancient Egypt, ancient India. You see, ancient Australia, ancient Tibet. These greater laws we're going to put in the marge. Understand what I'm saying? And the other stuff is going to be a training for civilization. Whose civilization? When I went to Clark College, it's kind of have this thing, say Clark College, culture for service. Whose culture are you getting for who you going to serve? Who you going to serve? You see what I'm saying? So, we're saying that what you call education is a simulation, and it's not an education called, it might be feasible, but it's a training. Otherwise, you wouldn't be, if you had a true education, you wouldn't be up in here tonight. You see what I'm saying? Trying to learn something from a nigga from South Carolina. I don't mad French, I don't even have a goddamn automobile. You see what I'm saying? That's by choice. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? The more you delete certain things out of your life, I know some of us, we can't do that. You got to get to work from the night that you fall. I'm just saying. The point I'm trying to make to you is, we must unravel and undo all different aspects. And the heart of the things that the people are concerned about, because it's a broken record. You know, so you're thinking, and believe me, this is the first thing, this is one of the keys right here to let you go. If it makes common sense, if it's logical, if it's rational, if it's analytical, it probably ain't the shit you need to be dealing with. You need to go beyond that. You need to challenge your brain and say, no, I am not going to accept what makes sense to me. Because my condition says, that ain't enough. You see what I'm saying? If my condition, or my people's condition is wretched, then I must challenge even what I think is good common sense. And go the other way. You see what I'm saying? There might be something in the fairy tales and in the insane. You're right. The insane might be the profane. And based on the way things are, what is sane is dead, dormant. You see what I'm saying? And asleep. It might be in the insanity. And what is insanity? Or what is crazy? Just stuff that you don't know. 90% of what you don't know when you hear it for the first time, you say, that nigga's crazy. You see? Even in your Bible, it says, I am a God of the living, but not the dead. That's an inferior God. Because everybody's going to die. You say, that passed me. Says, I am a God of the living, but not the dead. Well, I can wait to go to heaven, which I got to die to go to heaven, and you saying you ain't there? This is what it says in the Bible. Also says in the Bible, this heaven and this hell will pass away. So you mean to tell me heaven ain't going to be there when I get there, and I'm scared of hell ain't going to be there either? And why is one of the texts in the Conference of Nicaea that they took out of the Bible? This guy is saying that Jesus, you want to call him Jesus, or you want to call him Forrest or whatever. He's got multiple names. You see what I'm saying? It's not one corner to market on one damn name. Why is it that the entity of the Christ? Because he got several names. Hercules is the Christ figure. Jason, Hercules, Mithra, you name it, it's all the same thing. And it's one ain't got one over the other. Except the one that's claiming it is the only one there is. And that's a trick. That's a Roman trick. The culture marking on the Christ that everybody had. Why did nobody else in the ancient world believe that shit but the Romans? The Jews didn't believe it. The Egyptians didn't believe it. The Greeks didn't believe it. You understand what they had to kill half the Romans to believe it? See what I'm saying? The Arabs didn't believe it. You see what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make it is, I forgot what I was saying, about the living. And it talks about, I'm the God of the living and not the dead. This heaven and hell will pass away. What they're talking about here is the particular concepts. You see, that we know things, your reality might until I got back on the point. In one of these texts, these ancient texts, you talk on the History Channel, banned books of the Bible. And one of the texts they had to take out of the conference, I had to take out of the Bible, is one where Jesus is standing on the hill with a person, and it's just they got all these people going into the heaven realm, and they got all these people going in hell. And the other person look at Jesus like, saying to him, I'm not buying this bullshit, because I know some of these people. He said, why do people that go into hell? Yeah, that's horrible. Why they got to suffer like that? And Jesus turned and said, shh, they're going to heaven too. You've been scared all this time. And it's right there in one of the texts they had to take out of the what's called. Because they said, well, I can understand that. If you want to get a religion going, tell people that you better behave so you don't go to hell, I believe that's one of the texts you got to take out when Jesus going, shh. They go to heaven too.
Yeah, exactly.
In one of the texts. You see what I'm saying? That they had to take out of the non-conference of 19. The reality of it all is stuff, and what we're going to go into today is, and I know this is challenging, but in spirituality, what you have done as humans, and what you think is spiritual, or what you think is so grotesque that you're going to be punished for it don't even exist. As a matter of fact, the whole concept of your soul rising to a whole other level ain't got nothing to do with your behavior. Nothing whatsoever. And this is what the people that rule you know. And that's why they can rule you and kill you up. You see what I'm saying? And they murder you every day and they children live good. Nothing bad to come in. No wonder they know the laws. They hold the laws. That's what we're going to deal with. You see what I'm saying? You see, the point I'm trying to make is we're talking about energy. We're going to get into this melanin aspect, but it has nothing to do with your behavior. You see? Because we have to get out of the concept of judging people. The Muslim used to say that all lives are death noble. Well, that's a good concept. It means that how you going to judge somebody on what you absolutely think a person going to go to hell for, and you don't even know the concept of what is ultimately spiritual to say that. They got a good movie out of it, a series of movies called Welcome to Silent Hill. It's a movie about a woman and her daughter that goes to the underworld or goes to hell. And they have to go several levels until they get to the lowest level of hell. And when they get to the lowest level of hell, hell is occupied mainly by Christians.
Oh, like right now?
And they in hell, treated fire and brimstone, and you go into hell, and they was already dead and didn't even know they was in hell. And 90% of the people might have been there because they were judging. And they had a large group of people burning people at the stake. You devil, and they burned them at the stake, and burnt down the damn town, and everybody in the town got killed, including the Christians who burned the people down. So as a result, they were all in this hell realm. And the Christians were still going on with trying to hunt down people and burn them at the stake. But the church was going on. And didn't even know they was in hell. Because of judging. You see? Because of judging. I just want to know. It's like Professor John Henry Clark says. If half of human history was over before we even knew there was a white man, and if half of human history was over before we even had what is called these three major world religions, then my point is we got to ask ourselves, what was human history about if half of it was over before we even had these three major world religions? What did they deal with? Like they got T.W. in his book, Parallel we're going to deal with this Katrina thing first and show you what's going on behind that. You see what I'm saying? And what was needed, and different aspects of what the power would be. Why after as Katrina weathered the storm, New Orleans weathered the storm, they're going to explode the ledges and do that whole fiasco. You see what I'm saying? And it's for several reasons. Number one, we'll go into that in a few minutes. Maybe for some libations. Let's see what this is Kentucky whiskey. Now, right there, if you say you were so spiritual, this wouldn't be allowed in any place of worship. You understand what I'm saying? My point here is, must understand something about the Romans. The Romans who wanted to come to the market on spirituality. First thing they said was, number one, they had grown up with indigenous people. Like John Henry Clark said, if half the people in that known world, even when the Romans were ruling, you see what I'm saying, were all black. Even the Romans got their culture from black people called Etruscans, who invented Latin. That's a black language like Etruscans. You see what I'm saying? So, they decided that, look, with these particular ruling classes, when we're going to rule people based on this religion, most things that is spiritual, that will raise the people up, have to be omitted and eliminated. You see what I'm saying? You see. So, alcohol, you see, becomes taboo. You see, especially as years go on, because even when the Romans and stuff, and the other people who deal with it, they had the wine and the spirits. So we want to pull some libations. First of all, I want to say this, because I know that the preachers were saying that New Orleans caught the rap because of the voodoo. Now, first of all, we didn't need not run our mouth to live historically and live the people. We don't survey that. 90%, 99% of most of the people who lived in New Orleans that were black people were Christians. They got more indigenous voodoo practitioners that's white in New Orleans than black. And the area in where they live didn't get touched at all. You see what I'm saying? So, here it is with a spiritual religion and a spiritual system. You see, of African origin, ancient origin, and the preachers is talking about the reason why this happened was because of the voodoo. Well, what happened when the rest of them Louisiana? Because New Orleans was mostly white when it came to that stuff. And so the rest of Louisiana is the one that it was home, that was hidden in the hills of Louisiana and stuff. They didn't get the rap of New Orleans, that's why they didn't mess him up. You see what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make here is this, here goes again. Here's people, that's the problem with the judging. This is why what we call religion has become so evil. You see what I'm saying? Because all it does 90% of the time is sit down judging other people that's not a part of the system. You see what I'm saying? And it's just like one guy told me, the Buddhists worship the devil. I said, oh man, that's amazing. Can you tell me how the Buddha, can you explain that to me? He was like, I said, you know what the fuck Buddha is? You just going by what somebody told you. You go by what somebody told you. This is amazing one here when you really start to analyze this picture here. Look at this picture. Y'all all right? It's just, put it into it. Look at this picture. I got a lot of this stuff to sale. $5. These come from museums, so it's not like pictures that you get out of regular books. I go buy a book cost about $100. $90, $150 for a couple of pictures in it. But the pictures are valuable because they won't show you the pictures in the Western Hemisphere. You see what I'm saying? So it's very valuable for you to pay $5. Remember, you got something that you're not going to find again. Now, this is the picture here. As you can see, this is the prototype of what you call the devil. He even got the little gold feet. The little gold feet. This is the God's hand. This is the prototype. You got the little devil horns, you got the little fruit thing. You should be scared. Do you know that this was the early form of Jesus? That's something. If you understand the science, this is the motif in which you talk about Jesus Christ and you hollering all that shit in the church. Comes from this same thing that you scared of and you think it's the devil. Ain't that something? If you study, that's what I'm saying about the white man when he said, look, I don't want to hear this shit about the niggas and what they think they know. We have fixed it so that when they think they right, they're wrong. You see, when you come like this is the prototype of Jesus. You see, anytime you get a little child, this is the baby, this is pan, this is called pan, the baby pan. And you got, anytime you get a little child, that's the prototype of where Jesus comes from. Originally harvest or hay roof. You see. But this is amazing here because everything that you've been taught is so-called evil is nothing but motifs or symbols that the later generation forgot. And every culture, they say, well, what happened to the other stuff that the earlier generation was teaching? They say, well, they forgot those things. And the first thing they do is when they stop understanding what's going on, they relegate all that into evil. So basically, evil is what you don't know. That's exactly what the Egyptians said. Ignorance is evil.
That's right.
Ignorance is evil. So basically, one man's devil is another man's God. And basically, if that's relegated to stuff that people don't understand anymore because it's too old. You see. And so when they ask the question about Christians, well, what do the Christians believe is evil? They say everything that's not into the Christian canon, which means everything in the world is supposed to be evil. That people get into those pathetic little pamphlets at the conference of Nicaea, the conference of Trent, these particular conferences. You understand what I'm saying? They relegate all that to evil, and it's political. You see, evil doesn't exist because energy can never be created or destroyed. It's transferred, transformed. You understand what I'm saying? You see, our people die every day. Well, according to spiritual laws, hey, ain't no tragedy. Some of those niggas need to go. Ain't doing nothing, just breathe it in. If you understand, if you down here, and there's a spiritual thing you're supposed to be doing, transforming, and you ain't doing nothing, then sometimes it's just simple as that. You need to be transferred to another division, because dead people got more knowledge than living people now. You see. Y'all alright? Yeah. I just want to get that concept. So, yeah, okay. So we're going to go into this. We got to go into this Maryland. We got to go into this New Orleans. We got to go into all this. We're going to split this one right quick. And split this one right quick. And this is interesting. I want to go, remind you to go back to this. This is what God is called terrorism. This is the word terrorism comes from this. So you think it's about Iraq and Afghanistan. No, it's about making sure that this black chick don't get the chicken. See what I'm saying? Making sure that this black chick here don't stir nothing up. You see. So therefore, sex is wrong. You see. Because this black chick is activated between the legs of a black woman. You see what I'm saying? So this is an ancient goddess. This is where terrorism comes from. The goddess Terror. The earth is called Terror. You see. We're going to go into this later on. Y'all alright? Yeah. Okay. We're going into this later on. Alright. Let me post some libations right quick. We're going to post some voodoo aspects, and we're going to go into the history of what had occurred in New Orleans based on what happened in Haiti. And just remember, Haiti Independence was in 1804, right? I think it was 1804. Well, was it 1804, 1704? It was 1804. Independence was 1804. And so, what happened in 2004? Haiti got hit by a doggone tornado. All those white babies off the map. White boy so awesome now he can take a horse, which is modified weather, he can take the weather. Ain't nothing to do with hell, I control the weather. I've been doing it since 98. It's the worst. Anybody can get on top of the weather. In the Native Americans did it, the Africans could do it. So now this white boy with his technology can do some sinister stuff with weather. They can send a storm within a storm, so there was a storm that came through, a hurricane that came through his Haiti. They can send another hurricane on the inside and demolish it, and you think that it's the hurricane that started out mild and stuff. But remember now, this hurricane hit Haiti and didn't have nothing else, didn't get Florida or nothing else. Just got Haiti in 2004. But that was the independence of the Haitians, what, 200 years before. You understand what I'm saying? So this is how it goes. So, a year later, a lot of those Haitians migrated to New Orleans in Louisiana. 2005, Katrina. Story time for me. Just showing you the other side of the government. Because when you think there's one thing, there's something else going on. You see, whole spiritual war. You see, but because we foresaw these things in the future, everything that they did is right on time. Everything is in divine order. We can see the future as a matter of fact. I'm celebrating because not only did I have a text and heard anything when we knew we was going into slavery 5,000 years before, but they gave me one. I found another text in 1998 and forgot about it. And then I think 2 months or Tuesday, they brought the text back to me, and I'm like, oh shit, here's another text about us going into slavery. So we actually had text on us going into slavery thousands of years before. You see? Then, when the brother Eugene Adams showed in this tape, I think the sister, you can contact the sister. You got some way that they can contact you to get tapes. They can contact me, or they can contact you.
I got my tape that
You got, okay, good.
Yeah.
You can't get tape list. You got the African organization?
Yeah, I got
You got, okay, yes. You got some you wrote some? Well, you got that on this.
I got some with
Okay. When this brother Eugene Adams, out of New York, out of the Bronx, had given this thing where, they got this temple in the slave is a normal part of my program, so don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. That's a normal part of my program, so big as I am, hey, it works out, it evens out. You know what I'm saying? That's how I get my exercise. About 5 pounds. You see what I'm saying? Get back to the election. Now, Eugene Adams will talk about a temple, and I had to go into later research, but he didn't tell me that what he did tell me was a temple. This is the temple in Vietnam. I got another one of these. The temple in Vietnam, or Cambodia, temple of Angkor Wat in Cambodia, in Vietnam. Well, I got another one, but right now that's a half a piece. Based on the focus, let me see if I can get a look at it. That's how it is. You can do it. So we got the light on right there, so don't worry about it. The temple in Vietnam, the temple of Angkor Wat, the size of 2 Manhattans is huge. You should be, the whole concept, the whole temple is about 30-something miles long. When you talk about all the temples connected. the water you see. They got a scene of the Africans in the temple of Baryons in this concept, in this particular temple, in this whole complex of the Africans going into slavery. In Vietnam. So we're talking about this story was around the world. And he asked me to show the picture of the Africans going into slavery. And I said, man, I gotta find this shit. So I went to Chicago, bought a $50 book, walked outside the door, and the book, the binding fell off the cloth, but the picture was still intact. That's all I need. And I had found this thing here, up top here, the Africans marching in the battle. They're marching in the battle up top here. And now, read this. Right here, you'll see a person with long hair. This is the African with short hair. Here's a person with long hair represents the Europeans. And so they go into battle to fight these people. This thing goes up, it's like maybe a couple of yards long as far as the whole temple scene. So the second part of that, they have already lost the war, and when it comes to this particular part, here is the people with the long hair, and here's the Africans down in the bottom of the ship. See, the Africans, they're down in the bottom of the ship, and those are the people that have the long hair. And this is a picture of the actual slave scene at the temple of Baryons, at the temple in Hawaii. I had to go and get the picture, I had to study it myself. And yet, other pictures, you'll see these African people. The one that I first showed with the Vietnam, these people, or the Cambodian people with the dreads, that was the people. So my point here is, they had these texts from around the world of what's going into slavery. So we must ask ourselves this question. If we knew we were going into slavery at least 5,000 years ago, because some of these texts, like the Hemmitt texts, that talk about you will be on the land, not your home. It talks about how the wise man will be considered a fool, and the fool will be considered wise. The strong man will be considered weak, and the weak man will be considered strong. And although you may be African or Egyptian, your mind will be of another race. See what I'm saying? Your mind will be of another race. So my point is, we have these texts, the Hermetic texts, which we can make these available. I tell you what you can go and get. Yeah. We have these texts. And there's one taken out of the Compass and Nicaea, out of the Bible. One of the books that did make it in there is the Gnostic text. In Gnostic, we're going to go into this in a few minutes. This is the Gnostic scriptures by speculation. If we have these texts, 5,000 years before, then how would we let this happen? If we have 5,000 years head start on everybody, when the people was in the caves, when there was no such thing as an Arab, which was also a form of a slave trader. Hell, an Arab taught the white man how to do it. You know what I'm saying? Before there was a white man or an Arab or anybody else who beat this thing on us, we knew about it when we were the ruling powers. Now we know that you can be obsessed with defense like the white man is. Everything is about his defense. He don't want to slip and lose no range on his civilization. And yet it's happening every day. All you got to do is look at the news and the infighting going on. You see Congress now? Like Muhammad said that. You don't know the end when there's infighting amongst the elite. These fools is fighting every damn day. See what I'm saying? And they ain't never coming out of Iraq. We know this. We know that. They got in the water, they never come out of it. That's spiritual. That's a gateway. They can't come out of Iraq, it's going to be the... Look. I'll go ahead myself. But anyway, I want to say this one thing first. Because I got to get to libation. If we knew we were going into slavery, and we had the chance to stop it, why didn't they stop it? supposed to be over here. All you gotta do is look at the condition of Africa.
That's right.
And see there's something going on. But the text, but it also said in the text that you would be over here. So they got text to say you was going to be in America. And they didn't stop it. You was going to be in the West. And why is one of the names for Osiris the Westerner? Why is one of the names for Osiris the West? And why the Jews are mad at you? Because they got a text that talk about the great mixing bowl in the West and say that the Son of God, or God incarnate, would have to come with a great mixture of indigenous people in the West to make up what is God. Jews got that in their teachings. The Israelites. They got our teachings to talk about this. It's called the Tikkun. That's called Maya in Egypt. You see. About us being in the West. You understand? And that's why your DNA is of importance. That's why Henry Lewis Gates was on TV back in January talking about trace your history. And why the United States government gave Howard University, Morehouse College, University of Alabama, and other colleges in Berkeley and all, gave them millions of dollars to study 15,000. No, Howard University is studying 15,000 alone. That's one university, African American bloodlines. And now why they got all this stuff, they make it available for you to trace your history back, because they're trying to find something in you, the God part. This seed is invisible. You see what I'm saying? Hey, if you want to find out what God is, go out to that liquor store. And you go stand around that liquor store. That rationally don't make no sense. That might be God. Even white girl wrote a song, "Wow, what if God is one of us?"
Right. Yeah.
Just a slob on the bus trying to get You see? But anyway, my point here is that they're trying to find something that's based on your DNA. And Katrina has a lot to do with it. So now, moving right along, this polarization. We're going to honor the day, because we, that's why I got on the pink shirt. It's for the goddess Ezuli, which is the Virgin Mary, for you people that never keep it to smoke cheese. It's for whatever. You know, change is hard. The goddess Ezuli.
Right.
So we're going to deal with the goddess Ezuli. We're going to give a shout out to her for the sacred energy. I think she might be able to carry this whole libation thing. The goddess Ezuli is going to give a good arche to her because the goddess is my taste. Ashe. You want the damn Malawedo. Naedo. Ashe. We're going to deal with this pantheon right here. This is the Brahma pantheon. This is the Voodoo pantheon. We're going to deal with. We'll just do a little bit of libation to them. Agatu. Ashe. Abigazu. Ashe. 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 Azaka. Azaka Boro. Ashe. Azaka Lani. Azaka Si. Wadi of the other in the world. Body Vivo, Body Brave, Body Trouble, Body Stephanie, Body Chickling. Let's see, Brigitte. Dembalaweo, Edowedo, Sago, Body, Agbo, Bakli, Loco, Adan Loco, Abasi, Erzuli, Erzuli Frida, Mariette Frida, Erzuli Yoba, Wayne Erzuli, Creole, Dan Petro, TGP, TG Rep, Mariette Pie, Van Somebody. I'm going to give some shout outs to some other goddesses. Ashe Osar, Ashe Heru, Ashe Lakshmi, Ashe Vishnu, Ashe Shiva, Ashe Kavali, Ashe Kali, Ashe Kuan Yin, Ashe Kara, Ashe Maya, Ashe Sekmet, Ashe Harvest, Ashe Minas, Ashe Veda, Ashe Minitu, Ashe Ganesha, Ashe Hanuman, Ashe Death, Ashe Butchers, Ashe Dunu, Ashe Satan, Ashe Kansu, Ashe Mitu, Ashe Shura, Ashe let's see, Uma, I say, Babadi, I say, Static, I say, Sita, I say, Hanuman, I say, Ra, I say, Krishna. Y'all got to, but people, nobody saw my tape. Y'all know y'all got to keep on saying I say, say, this is what I say. The practice I say. I say, get stop. I say, Aphrodite. I say, let that root. I say, Inanna. I say, I'm just going to leave it at that right now. And we're going to leave it at that. And the rest of them, for all God's no, I say. 1, 2, 3, start calling out your family members that made the transition. 1, 2, 3, I say. Call out your family members that made the transition. I say. You do it. Special shout out. I say. Now I saw a guy, one of the guys down in Brazil, he was taking this stuff and blowing it in. He was blowing it in his ear. I was like, man, shoot. So, but this is the spirit that is used for those particular things. You see, those particular things. Now, moving right along. First of all, I want to get into this whole New Orleans thing. And this particular book here, y'all all right? Yeah. This particular book here is a book called Voodoo Mysteries by Ray Marbury. And this book was in the store since 2003 up to about a week before Katrina, and they pulled this book out of the store. Couldn't find it nowhere. Barnes and Noble, the Borders, and all of them. But you can get it now. I mean, you can find it. It's only like, you go on Amazon and get it for like $4 or $5, and you can find it. It's called Voodoo Mysteries by Ray Marbury. Voodoo Mysteries. Voodoo. H-O-O-D-O-O Mysteries. Folklore, mysteries, and rituals. And it says Louisiana Voodoo. They pulled this right at a particular time right after the cruise. Now I must say this now, look. These are 2 things that you need to adorn yourself with. They're only like $5. I think I took it over. This is a Erzuli. You got a couple of these, they're only like $5. But you need to get a hold of these things. You got energy on them. And you'd be surprised. I go across the country and I sell some of these things, and people come back and say, man, this stuff is working. You see what I'm saying? So, this Erzuli, and this is down by the way, I'll get into these in a few minutes. You need to get these, as well as this particular Louisiana goddess. This is a goddess, I didn't make an overlay of her. This is a goddess with an afro and a snake called St. Mark for protection. And so these only at $5, but you need to get a hold of these because they're very powerful at this particular time. See, a lot of times, you have to go where the energy is going. See, the white boy is always looking and say, what is the next current? You see what I'm saying? So you still be in Jesus. You see what I'm saying? He said, you can blow that nigga head off right there. You don't know where the current is now. First of all, the current is all back feminine. Why the hell do you think they made the movie Da Vinci Code? Saying, hey, this shit is about the woman. See, they marched on them, and see, the white women marched on the Catholic Church in 1998. Yeah, I think in 1997, they marched on the Catholic Church in Seattle. And they denied, the Catholic priests denied them the right to celebrate the goddess Sophia, which is the later Egyptian form of Isis, and later on went through Greece and found its way even in the early forms of Christianity. So they wanted to celebrate the goddess Sophia, which is Isis. And they denied it. So now, you see, they're getting concerned, so they get in the middle of the millennium. And so they said, no, we gotta put this Da Vinci Code thing out. First the book and then the movie to rework a form of the divine feminine back in the church because they scared. You see what I'm saying? Or they're saying, we need some juice. So you got to find out where the current of the energy is coming at this particular time. You see, with a particular time. So if it's a male deity that don't have no mass, don't have no feminine consort, see what I'm saying? Then you in some off-balance shit. That's why they can go up there, go up into down Afghanistan and on Ramadan, kick ass. You see what I'm saying? They can go over there and kick them up in their ass on Ramadan. Remember they did that in the holy day? Kick them right in their ass. So they're saying, we ain't scared of that shit all balanced. Where's the Allah? That used to be the feminine aspect of that same deity that you deny. Because you're a man's woman here. You see what I'm saying? And they saying, any food separates their living in the room with them in the morning. You know we can keep you off in your ass if you don't understand something. Great mother has returned. You gotta understand what time it is.
That's what time it is.
You know, it's a stupid concept to think that your mama is inferior to you.
Come on, man.
See what I'm saying? Even if she get the last time they live longer than you in the first damn place. You know what I'm saying? She be 90 and the husband been dead for 50 years. It's a stupid concept to think that your woman is inferior to you. You see? To think your woman is inferior to you. As a matter of fact,
Teach about it.
let me show you something here. Y'all right?
Yeah.
Let me try to tell you what works. You can do what feels good. Yes, I can be masculine and do a male chauvinistic and I can feel better and get a bunch of boys to support me because I don't talk shit about my woman. But that's the origin of homosexuality. Your boys.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As soon as they get with that girl, you don't see them around. You be out there on the streets, a woman and twitch and shit, they ride by their woman and stuff. You see, to make at least they run stupid enough to make that mistake come up. You see, look, here's a picture of a goddess, and this is the Indian form of the sex man. Her name is Larita. You see, she's sitting down, her man is sitting up, she's sitting on top of her man. She's sitting on top of her man. Her man is sitting down. And they say the man is a corpse without his shocking. Saying without a woman, a man is a corpse. You see what I'm saying? So I don't give a damn if you don't have a woman, I don't give a damn. Look, they got at least 15 million black women can't find a man. I don't give a damn if it's a piece of woman. I don't give a damn if she ain't got no teeth. You need to get up on the woman. Lay on the woman. Because they're saying in this form of spirituality, it's taking Kemet in India. If you didn't have a woman, you were dead. You didn't exist. You didn't have energy. You see what I'm saying? That's the concept of that. You see. So, this is the whole concept. So, the white boy knows they say the feminine current has come back. And you talk some masculine shit. You see, they say these boys roll on him, kill them all. And that's what they're doing to the Arabs. You see what I'm saying? Kill them, where's Allah? You see, they killing babies, they're killing everything. They reaching havoc on their holy days and all that. You see what I'm saying? Because what they don't realize here is, that's why the Christian is secretively with this Da Vinci Code trying to sneak the divine feminine back in. There's a whole divine feminine in Islam too. Right. There's a whole mystery of Layla. This triple blackness of space. And Allah Muhammad said that Allah created himself from the triple blackness, from the feminine part of space. As a matter of fact, the word Allah, the word Ad is the sun, that's harvest, and La is the great mother. The word Allah is the feminine name, even without the light. They don't recognize that to think about the Allah on the end of Allah. Allah is feminine. That's the great mother. I mean, it's called La Ma Yin in Tibet. La Mat is another name that also the goddess that the Tarot came from. All of this is a form of this goddess I showed you right here. This goddess Terra. Terra. That's what the earth is from. That's the form of Allah. And they said we must fight Islam and terrorism. They talk about this motherfucker right here. See what I'm saying? Terror. So Allah, the part of Allah on the You see what I'm saying? They killing Africans. Now, it's interesting how they can get you to go to war for nothing. Didn't even bring back a bullet. Didn't even find a bullet in Iraq to bring back. And you can go to war with that, and they're killing Africans over there every day on the continent. And they ain't talking about going over there in the Sudan and helping. That's the most genocide is the most legitimate thing for you and your children to go and fight than a bunch of weapons that nobody had and the people that didn't do nothing to you.
What they doing is fight.
See, the mind of the some had some little black guy that died on the TV on CNN, a little boy. And his father said, well, you know, he died to help us. How the hell is that helping you? How is Iraq is helping you? That's the brainwashing, though. These are cliches that you give me. That's just like they say, you know. I know God is good because God woke me up this morning. Waking up this morning is a part of the damn problem. When you don't wake up and you can say, you know, God is good. Today I don't have to deal with this bullshit. God woke up this morning. That's remember a dog they would wake up a rat every morning. A dog woke up in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Woke up this morning. That don't necessarily constitute spirituality. But this is something that you've been quoting in the church and the preacher's been saying for years. You woke up this morning. What does that mean? And what's the quality of life that you're living? What quality of life that you are living that constitutes that you wake up every morning and even valid? And most of the people are just useless eaters. And breathing. Because if you don't develop your mind, you're down here to learn knowledge to become God.
That's right.
Point blank. And if you don't develop your mind, what constitutes something spiritual in your ass picking up? So you can pour it another day.
That was Bobby.
You see?
That's real.
They say ignorance is evil. And the only thing that is paramount for you living is learning something. So most people are walking around there zombies. So what constitutes even waking up is we need to, you see, the problem here is as being slaves is we don't even challenge thought itself. We don't even challenge life itself. You understand what I'm saying? See, it's much easier once you see, it's kind of easy to live when you 86 life. You know, put that in a realm that is not important. Just think, I'm telling you, liberate yourself. Everything that you know that you think is dear to you, relegated as non-important, and guess what? You become free. Ooh. And the first thing to become free is start with self. Start with self. Eliminate self. Self is not important. Once you say, look, I am not important, not the physical. My soul is important. But me and our evil and our petty little wants, my evil sicknesses are not important. It's not important. You see what I'm saying? It's not important what job you get. It's not important what clothes you wear. You heard all this before, but I'm just saying even on another level. It's not important. Even life is not important. Even family is not important. You can get past that, you can really get to another level of spirituality. Family? That's the problem.
We'll leave that.
You see what I'm saying? Even family is not important. If you got to understand, I'm going ahead of myself. To try to understand, I will explain all this to people that think this is some insane stuff. You see, all this can be explained. Y'all all right? Now, let me go into the Louisiana thing right quick. Then we can get back to our philosophical things. Now, one aspect of Louisiana was, after the Haitians took over what was called Santo Domingo and made it Haiti, we call it Haiti, it's called Haiti. And they took over and they kicked Napoleon behind and did all this stuff. The influx of slaves from 1804 moved on up into Louisiana. So therefore, that was 1805. So what anyway, he was still down in town, did a whole tape on that, where they showed the hurricane was going someplace else, and the HARP program directed it right into the path of New Orleans. I thought about this. It hit Miami. Ironically, it hit the project in Miami. Let you know it's a white thing. Damn. You gonna go to Miami with all the glitz and glamour and hit the project? You gonna hit somebody who ain't got nothing? You see, hit the project, and they wasn't into no who knows. So it hit the project, rolled up into, and it's right after it hit the project, an hour later, they was talking about it's gonna hit New Orleans. I mean, come on, hold on, how did you know? You said it was gonna hit Houston, and it hit Flipboard off, hit the oil well. See, hit the refinery. See, everything is controlled. But yet, they said an hour before, right after it hit, well now, a couple of minutes after it hit Miami, that it was going to hit New Orleans. Because they meant for it to hit New Orleans, but what happened was the day that they were sending it to New Orleans. Now, Katrina, all you got to do is look up, just go in and look up the HARP program. The HARP program is weather modification. They can direct whatever. This is old technology. Anything we're doing now, just like I told you, we building phones. Last week. The building phones for the last 50 years. Remember Dick Gregory said that they bugged his phone, and the white man told Dick Gregory, said, how do you know they bugged your phone? He said, because from 1970 to 1990, I didn't pay my phone bill, and they ain't never come on back. This thing is coming, you know, it's going to hit head on and all this kind of thing. And said, before the hit, they said, yeah, New Orleans is going to get hit. They said about this trip to Alabama, it's going to be New Orleans. But the funny thing happened. The hurricane was in the path of the same day that Emmett Till got killed. So Emmett Till's energy sent the hurricane to Alabama and Mississippi. And New Orleans weathered the storm. So the government said, damn, man, that just messed up our plans, because who's going to blow the levees within the storm? You see what I'm saying? Who's going to blow the levees? So they said, fuck it, they blew them anyway. Now, little Farrakhan was speaking in Louisiana, said he had the guys from the medical army engineers, put that dope down in, and grabbed a rock and put it in his face, in his diver suit, and brought it back to the lab and tested it and had explosives on it. You see what I'm saying? So we knew they blew the levees. You see, they got everybody in town. They got the extra man. What's the guy name? The football player. What's the guy's name? One of the guys was to say he was sitting in his house and he heard the explosion, and even the black woman testified for Congress to heard the explosion. But anyway, this is what happened. Let me give you the political aspect of what happened. They say, look, we got gambling in Mississippi and Alabama, and parts of Louisiana. And Mississippi and Alabama ain't got no culture. They ain't got the redneck mayonnaise sandwich screwing their cousins and they sisters in the back. But we have New Orleans has a cuisine, it has a spiritual beginning with end. With the voodoo, it has the history of blues, the history of jazz. They say, my man, if we can take the cabinet and put to this, it can be bigger than Vegas. Because Vegas was nothing but a desert, and look what it's become. They said, yeah, but we got to get rid of that element. The Negroes in Louisiana, or the Negroes in New Orleans. So that's what one of the keys is. In order for them to bring the gambling and make New Orleans into another Vegas, they had to get rid of the black element. You see what I'm saying? I saw a tape, they did a documentary on the black element in New Orleans a year before Katrina, and I was scared of these people. But the other thing that scared him was a group of black men that had no knowledge whatsoever in New Orleans, ignorant as ignorant can be, but they had long dreads and gold teeth. And scared him. They always, because the guy in town with it, ain't no American establishment or something that Steve Copley talks about. He said the only thing that can topple this government is the urban black person. They said the whole Illuminati that runs the world, the only thing that can defeat them is the urban black person in America. So I honestly, when they see these niggas here, they don't have no knowledge.
Go.
And they said, we ain't no games into it. They got AK-47. They said we can shoot each other up every night. They said, well, that nigga was my friend. I said, you shoot your friends up every night. We shoot each other up. So they didn't have no knowledge, but they had long dreads, and they had gold teeth, and they said they didn't accept being in gangs. Because remember, gangs, Crips and Blood was developed out of Pepperdine University. And, that's the whole government installation. You see. So, that was one reason. Now, interesting here because when one of the brothers from Houston called me up, he said, that in New Orleans, the brothers that had them red boxes, okay, the gold teeth, they wouldn't let them get on the buses to leave. They told them, you're not allowed to leave. Then they sent thousands of police officers and troops and stuff down there. What they did is they killed those brothers up. They killed them up. They killed about 50,000 black people. Died. Ain't it funny how they even tell you? They have things in that. They're real funny on telling you how many people died. They say they don't know. See what I'm saying? They don't know. They couldn't tell you. They can tell you how many birds they done killed with the bird flu. Birds. But they can't tell you how many people with birth certificates, quote unquote, is missing. They murdered them all up. That's one reason. Now, if you got 5 minutes together. They got 5 minutes and we're going to change the tape. That's how we do it. And we keep on rolling. So, they murdered them up. Then they told the other one, Houston said, come on to Texas. You see what I'm saying? They brought all the people and brought them to Texas. Houston, put them in the Astrodome and stuff. Let me just raise your hand when you're ready to want to stop. And I'll repeat. Put them in the Astrodome. So, come to find out that Texas was going broke in the 1980s. It's a big land. Texas is huge. It's bigger than some countries. They were going broke. So Bush and the rest of them in the 90s said, look, what we'll do is we'll build penitentiaries in every county. And the penitentiaries will sustain the economy. So they built penitentiaries and they locked up every black man walking down there. Nigga, one brother, he was selling dope, but he had got stuck with a traffic ticket. He got 6 years. Doing all kind of stuff like that. Then they were locking up sisters. But they locked up all men. But now, in a case, but you got to realize, even in a prison system, when you lock somebody up, they can only stay in with non-violent crimes as a 10-year interval. They can only stay in like a 10-year period. So what started happening is, some of these brothers had been in since the early 90s, and they started making parole. So they were like, oh shit, our economy is going to fall. So when Katrina hit, they said, bring all the people, get them on the bus, and bring them, and they dropped all the brothers and sisters over in Houston. Now, they dropped it in Houston. Now, all of a sudden, I go to speak in Houston in March 4th, I was in Houston. The brother said, I know some of these niggas create the crimes in Houston. He said, but every night on the news, every crime that's committed in Houston, they automatically say it's Katrina victims. Katrina victims. Katrina victims. He said, then they had two Katrina victims go out and kill some white folks around the house, kill some white folks in a rich white folk man. And he said, so what they're doing here is, they set the stage so they can start locking them up to refill them prisons. Because it's a prison system. You see? To fill up the prisons and stuff. So now all the crime now is Katrina. Because that's what they brought them there from the beginning. When they say, hey, bring them in, I say, them niggas is throwing the jail.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So now that's one aspect of that. Now, that's one aspect. Now the other aspect of that is on a spiritual level, on some things that was actually happening, was the power elite. They're more like a vampire society. What they do is they kill people and they take the essence of what they do. They work in melanin. They take what is called the cop, which is the shadow. That's a form of melanin. They feed off this stuff. They do all kind of rituals with this thing. They do all types of things. And one of the ways they do it is children. So like they take them out to a place called Bohemian Grove. And they have sex with these children. And they do all kinds of things. They feed these children. This is real serious stuff. And they do all these things with these children and stuff. So as a result, that is the reason why they had the black women give up their children like fools to get on a bus. And this don't make no sense. That lets you know that we had gone to a certain savage level. Somebody will step up to you and say, give me your child. We're going to put them on another bus and you get on this bus and you go, Now it's interesting. All these black women were giving up their children. Oh, y'all? Okay, now, you're going to change the tape. We can keep on going. Give up their babies. There's some scenarios here now. Here's some black women. They tell them to give up their babies to get on the bus. They give up their babies. Now, everybody knows you don't never supposed to separate from your child. That's on an animalistic level. Most animals you can't fuck with their young, their children. Right? Yeah. Now, here it is. They gave up their babies to get on the bus. And here they got a white woman sitting on a bridge. And they said, why didn't you get rescued? They sent a helicopter for her. They said, why didn't you get rescued? She said, I had this little dog. And why did my dog? The dog she found. She said, I had this dog, and they told me I couldn't get on the helicopter with this dog. So I ain't going nowhere without this dog. Look at this scenario here. She wouldn't even go and get on a helicopter and get rescued for a dog that she found. It wasn't even her dog. And black people give up their babies, and what they love, they even give them babies back. So a lot of those babies are missing stuff, so they take them and they do rituals with them. Now, I think Sonora had, I did a tape in Indiana, and I showed an episode of South Park, where they show how they screw these women, these babies, these children, they have sex with them to gain power. To gain power, they have sex with them to gain power and immortality. They did a whole episode on South Park about that. Even the guy played for Mooswa, South African shaman, talks about how an old man is sick, or an older person is sick, they take a younger person and put them in the bed with them, and that old person could draw that energy from them and become well. That's an African science. You see what I'm saying? That's an African science. That's what they did to a Leo. Leo is 22, which is also the goddess Maya. And come to find out what they did with Leah and all, because anytime, she burned up her plane and you don't see the body, what they did with her, they put her through rituals for maybe a year or two before she made the transition. And they sucked her in it. See, these people are into all kinds of graphic stuff. There's a book called Dragon Legacy by Nicholas D. Bear. Dragon Legacy by Nicholas D. Bear. Don't ask me how to spell it. You can go and get either the name or the author. You can want to come up. Dragon Legacy by Nicholas D. Bear. And they talk about how Bush, They named names on this now. Bush, Cheney, well, I think it's Bush and the other guy, the guy that ran against him the last thing on. What's the guy named Carey? Jim Carey. They brothers. You see what I'm saying? So they even cousins come to find out. How Bush and Jim Carey, not Jim Carey, John Carey, how they in the secret society is basically they eat the skull and bones, and basically what it is, well, the first book was called The Black Sun by Terry Nichols, not Terry Nichols, Preston Nichols or Peter Moon, the guy Peter Moon. It's called The Black Sun by Peter Moon, came out in 1997, and talked about how the skull and bones would eat the skulls and eat live pineal glands. Live pineal glands, call it obscene right. And you can hear this word mentioned in the last Christopher Lee Dracula movie. Remember Christopher Lee, that was the Dracula from the 60s. And his last one was called Satanic Rites of Dracula. But they released that, they've been releasing under another name in this country, 1975. But when they started putting it on video, now you can hear it, it's called the Satanic Rites of Dracula. And they talked about when this guy was in this castle and he saw these rituals going on, he said, I saw obscene rites. The obscene rite is when they eat live pituitary and live pineal glands. You also see that in a movie called Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, when the guy went to the ultimate high, and he took every drug known, they could ace that. But when he took that live pineal pituitary gland, his ass went on beat us. Woke up, the room was messed up and feces and all kinds of stuff. So they get extremely high off of eating parts of your brain. The endorphins, pineal pituitary hypothalamus. And they get high off of this. You see. So now, in the book Nicholas D. Bell's book, it's called a scene like he starts naming names. Bush, George Bush Sr., George Bush Jr., John Kerry, Democrat, Republican, y'all idiots for even taking part in that process. You think for once, these people sit around, you remember when Gore lost the campaign and a group of black people stopped Congress, Maxine Waters, Jesse Jackson, so they said, no, we're going to get this man elected, and they said based on, they had a dead right based on tampering with the elections, they was legitimate. Who was it that came up here and told them they would sit their ass down? Al Gore! The same man that they tried to get elected, because they didn't know the name of the game, man. This ain't no two-party system. This is globally elite rules. You see what I'm saying? The two-party system is when the conservatives get too powerful, they go to the Democrats. When the Democrat gets too powerful, they go to the conservatives. It's the same global elite rule in the same time. There is no system. You see what I'm saying? There is no system. They do what they want to do. Didn't you just give the Mexicans amnesty the other day? You stuck in the country, this is shit illegal, and not only are we going to say, it's all right, we're going to pay you back money for when you were in the country illegal. And a nigga can't steal a piece of chewing gum. Come on, man, they do what they want to do. So now, it seems like John Kerry and they eat the pineal glands. And I was doing a lecture back in 97 in Baltimore, and met a guy who had a friend that graduated high school in 1969 together. And this was like, he said this was 1990. He graduated high school with his brother in 1969. He didn't see him again until that day in 1990. And he said, and was talking, he told the asked his brother, what you doing? He said, oh, I'm driving this truck to Johns Hopkins hospital and stuff. He said, because it was a truck full of. He said, what's in them jobs? He said, well, every weekend when they have homicides, we take the pineal glands out of these black people and we put them in these jobs and take them to Johns Hopkins. But he said it was almost $300 in the place. They didn't have no 300 murders each weekend. They was basically, when the George Washington Masonic Memorial. And you go in there, you see the skull and bones, they have a floor, and all of them have a floor. All the Masons. This has nothing to do with Prince Hall. That's what I'm saying. Prince Hall has nothing to do with that. That's a social club now. Ride and pay. Keep sorry. Get the dude, love stand, get up there and talk to you. Now I'm just telling any black Mason right now to tell me that what they are into is related to the shit I'm talking about with this Egyptian mysticism. Now do not be fooled by this thing now. The only mystery is that you just don't know that they don't know nothing, and that's their mystery. They can perpetrate fraud. You see, but that's cool. You see what I'm saying? Because we didn't need them to get access in there. Even the little black ones now, they do put in the largest pyramid. So they do got a little, they started to some of the, they started opening up the white lodge for black members in the 90s. And they did that for a reason. But even when it comes to that, it's a pyramid. So even if they get in there, they don't know the stuff the people at the top. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying about the black Masons and stuff like that, that's only a social club now. Don't get it twisted. You see what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with nothing but bake sales and pallbearer society. That's it. Nothing but pallbearer society. They look good now, they look haters and shit, but they got nothing to do with it. I got a brother that's Mason of the year. He was Mason of the year in South Carolina every year. He said, we know nothing. Now, let's not, you know, so don't be tripping on him, because they don't know nothing. Now, you go there, that George Washington Masonic Memorial, skull and bones and stuff is up in there. And when you go by yourself, because when you go by yourself, don't go with no more than, because you're black, you'll either go with 2 or 3 people, but don't go with a group. Because if you go with 2 or 3 people, they got each floor, they got George White, Scottish Rite, and all these white Masonic things. When you get to the top floor, if you buy yourself about 2 or 3 people and not with a black group, they'll let you in on the top floor. And the top floor's got a bunch of white hands reaching up in the sky. And they got a big black hands, God, coming down. You see what I'm saying? And so they worship you. We're trying to be them while they're trying to be us.
There you go.
Now, in the book, The Zealotry by David Tetzel. David Tetzel is his name. I think it's David Tetzel or Mark Tetzel, one of the two. Just the word Zealotry, Z-E-L-A-T-T-A-R, the Zealotry. In that particular book, it's a book on all the ancient mysteries. But at the end of the book, the guy says that he died in 1997. He said the goal of these white societies, they got to find some black people in the United States, some black Masonic lodge in the United States to hook up with, basically to get the secrets. So they inducted them, Prince Hall Masons, you see, in their you know, in the what you call it, in the actual society. They don't know that. Now there's people in the Masonic order that know something, but they had to study on their own, like Sonura slump. He knows the information, but he studied on his own. And he knows like that, and he got a group of people, you know, and what they're doing here is they are waiting for the old head to die out so that they can get busy with some shit, use expression. But the point I'm trying to make here is, and they got a few of them in Masonic lodge, and a lot of younger members that skip into that, and they'll have a group that know all the stuff and, you know, trying to study this particular information. And then they have a bunch of these condoners, you know, that still just following them, put a little tag on their car and ride around, and you see what I'm saying, and do some pallbearer work and shit like that. You know, put on a little t-shirt, you know. But these societies eat the endorphins. You see what I'm saying? They even crush the melanin, the pineal glands, and the melanin up, and they put it in food. That's called the oregano effect. The oregano effect. They lecture. Let's start the lecture. Let's see what we can come up with right now. So now, I just want to say a few things. Just want to a couple other things about the Katrina thing that's going on. The good part about that is, in the book The Peace of Sophia, which is Sophia the Isis, there's a book called The Peace of Sophia. The ancient Egyptians later on were called the Coptic. The word Coptic means later day Egyptians. The later day Egyptians spoke a Coptic language, and they became what is called the Gnostics. The Gnostics are the Coptic Egyptians and later day Egyptian priests. This is before the Arabs finally came in and took over the land of Hemmitt, which was the last invasion. So the Coptic Egyptians are the ones who basically give you the motif that you know now as Christianity. So to understand this, is you had the Coptic Egyptians that had a form of Christianity that was revived in Egypt. It was an later-day Egyptian science. You had the Romans ruling at the time in Rome, and their religion of Romulus and Remus had deteriorated. So that means that the people who was in Rome needed a new religion, because in order to gather people for your cause, and the Romans didn't do one thing: they killed people. That's it. They were world murderers. They did one thing well: they just killed people. Either they killed people in the amphitheaters, you know, the whole gladiator thing, or they put them in the army and they marched around the whole ancient world and took over places and killed people, and took the slaves and took their technology back to Rome. You see what I'm saying? That's the only thing that Rome is credited for, is killing people. Now they got all these stories on the history channel about what Rome did to us. So Rome would take the slaves from Egypt and Africa and take them back, and the slaves would build amphitheaters and build arches and build the sewage systems and stuff, and they say the Romans did that. No, the Romans didn't have one thing: they killed. And they had a religion that was deteriorating of Romulus and Remus, and they had lost all the mysteries to it. So they were going to have a problem, because that meant that the citizens will not gather around and get behind your government now that it had something spiritual back then. It had to have a spiritual basis the people would lead. So meanwhile, they saw other things that was going on in the spirit world. You see what I'm saying? Different religions and stuff, and they were leading a new religion, or a new form of spirituality. So as a result, they said, well, look, we conquered Egypt, we got all these texts. There's a Gnostic proof that's real powerful in the doing some stuff, which is the later day Horus, Isis, or Osiris. You understand where I'm coming from? They said, we get their stuff and make a new religion. So they had all these texts. They got these texts. Then they started coming out, and there was a Gnostic Jesus, which was not a historical person. Which was not a historical person. So what they did was, they came in, they got this religion, and they started talking about this Christianity. The Gnostics said, hey, wait a minute, that's our stuff, and y'all are talking about that shit is wrong. It wasn't a historical person. It was Horus before it was the Jesus of the Gnostics. It was Horus, it was Hercules, it was Mithra, it was Abraxas, it was Krishna, it was Shiva, it was Quetzalcoatl. You see, it was Jason, it was Perseus, it was Dionysus. They said this is the same thing, and us when they're talking about the inner constitution of man. It's a future man that will rise up to be the guardian of heaven, or the rulers of heaven. So the Romans said, kill them all. So they took their religion, killed them all. The Gnostics called them heretics, killed them all. And then it took them about 200 years to take this text and make the person a historical person. A historical person. You see, and so, and coming to market on it, so therefore all of a sudden, this historical person overrides the Christos in you. First of all, this is interesting because they'll say, The Greeks were pagan. Then you ask them, well, what's Christ? Well, Christ is Greek for Christos. Wait a minute, I want to ask you a question here. Why you gotta have a pagan to tell you what your Christ is? Why can't you? You see what I'm saying? So the point here is that basically they stole the people's religion, but basically it was Egyptian in origin. It was Egyptian in origin. Now, the piece of Sophia was the only text out there right out the Gnostics, which is the later Egyptians. One of the only texts that was left was the Piece of Sophia. And they had this book, the Piece of Sophia, until 1945, when they found these texts in Egypt, which was the stuff that was left behind of the Gnostic group of people that was from Hemmitt, which was the original Christianity before it was stolen. The Piece of Sophia talks about in the book by G.R.S. Mead, it talks about a great day of purification. Very key. A great day of purification. The purification that came in the latter days, there will be a great purification. It will be something that will happen physically, but it's actually something that's happening on the inside of you. So there's the apocalypse that you talk about, what the Christians are baffled because a lot of the mysteries in the apocalypse, they're still trying to look for physical signs. They do have physical behavior, to be honest. They say that you won't know nothing. I mean, everybody messed up in the last days. We all messed up. We do know that, but they didn't understand that it was an alchemical text talking about an Armageddon apocalypse on the inside of the body. On the inside of the body. So, in that apocalypse, that particular aspect of this spiritual cleansing is actually talking about something that goes on the inside of the body, but there will be a major event on the outside of the body that will represent cleansing, for treatment. You see what I'm saying? So it's a spiritual thing that went down also. You see, it's a spiritual thing that went down also. Because if any of you notice, some people that around that time, you felt that certain energy and stuff that was going on. You see what I'm saying? And it was a cleansing, and what this is talking about here is talking about ushering in or a change in our DNA. A change in our DNA. That's what we get ready to get into. And as far as the melanin aspect. Now, a few things based on that. This particular goddess came to me, the goddess Earth came to me in last May around this time, told me to build an elaborate altar. So I built a whole altar to her in the sunroom of my house. Took about a month. Built this altar. You can see it in my videos. I got a video of the Lakshmi Shrine, and I have an altar in there built to her on the right side. So I built a whole altar to her. Now, as a result, when she came through, she said, I'm in exile. This was around June. She kept saying, I'm in exile. I'm like, what are you talking about? And in so many words, what she was saying was that she was in exile from the New Orleans and Louisiana area because she knew that the Katrina was coming through. You see. So this energy, this God's energy, that's why it's important, because I believe one of the aspects of what's going on now is I think that when she said she was in exile, and for the mere fact we got conscious people up in here, she has returned through you all. So you got to understand how this thing is going on. You all have a relationship with this Erzuli. That's why it's very key that you start communicating with this Erzuli energy. It's going to be real powerful, and it's going to be the answer to some of your prayers as far as helping you prosperity, helping you health-wise, you see what I'm saying, and helping you spiritually. You see, very key at this particular time. I was wondering why this whole thing went down, because I've been speaking on her for about a year now. I've always spoken on her, I'm talking about in context of right before Katrina and after Katrina, and then all of a sudden, I get to come to New Orleans, to Louisiana. You see what I'm saying? And come to the feminine aspect. The feminine aspect in India of the supreme divine feminine is called Shri. It's called Shri. So it's interesting that I would come to Shri Port. Now, our DNA, that's why, now our DNA is like find this thing. Y'all bear with me. Our DNA, there's a symbol, it goes all the way back for thousands and thousands of years. The people in India got it from the Dravidians, but I think it goes all the way back to Atlantis. It's that old. And it's this thing called the Shri mantra. The Shri mantra. Now, apparently, I got these for like $5. When you look into these designs, especially this one that doesn't have the color, this lines up your DNA. It's not by mistake that I would come to Shri Port. You see. This is called the Shri mantra. This is the symbol of the Shri that I talked about. This is the symbol of it. But this is the supreme mantra that lines up the DNA of this particular, this is how this particular aspect works. Now, it's interesting here how things spiritually, I started studying this about a year ago. People started getting them. And all of a sudden I come to Shreveport and I realize in actuality why I came. It's got something to do. Let me explain something to you. The government knows when the guy, Mark Tesla, I think his name is. Mark Tesla is his name. Mark Tesla, that's the name. Mark Tesla that wrote the book, The Electrons. When he said that we must look for some type of Masonic, secret, black Masonic secret society to help us. They thought that, well, maybe it's not the only way it's not to come through some secret society. What they were actually talking about when they were saying we need to look at this secret society, they were talking about the people in this room. These are the people. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. You have to understand here, one thing, if you don't get nothing, that they talk about people, the Egyptians say they saw a group of people that will be in the latter days in a land that's not even established yet. And these people will be the key to man. You call it the kingdom of Jesus. You call it Maya in Chile. You got several names for this thing. You call it Shambhala. You call it Nirvana in Buddhism. You call it Shambhala in Tibetan Buddhism. They got several names. You call it El Dorado. You know, white man that looking for a city of gold all those years, and they know it was a spiritual thing they talk about it in the West. They talk about people that will bring that back. They're looking for these people. Let me give you an example. They went to war with people in Afghanistan. Number one, the Taliban is nothing but an invention of the United States government. It doesn't even get, it's an invention of the United States government. Remember now, Colin Powell took the Taliban a couple of $1 million before 9/11 to reinforce the caves and stuff. It's all an invention of get the movement, wag the dog. Any more they giving you, any more they giving you is coming to you by name.
That's right, that's right.
That's all Hollywood. So ain't no Taliban. Taliban is the United States government. But in 1999, in Afghanistan, and in a place called, it'll come to Kashmir, over in India, the people in Afghanistan were doing these celebrations. And they said, why y'all celebrating? They said, we celebrating the rise of a bunch of Hindu gods in America. Gnostics, the one that still survives today in Iraq. The Gnostics, which is these later day Egyptians, survive in Iraq. Why are these pictures of these people? Good one right here. Why are these people here you see? Can y'all see this? Why are these people that you see? Africa, in Iraq, in Mosul. You see, these people survived to this day. Now, another one, a black woman in Iraq, Africa. They've been there since the beginning of Iraq, because Iraq used to be a black land. Already it was a black land. Before, you know, Drusilla done did Houston's book. One of the Ethiopians and ancient Kushite Empire. All that was a black land. You see what I'm saying? Muhammad's father was a Kushite, Sufi Kushite Arabian, which means black. You see. And he worshipped Osiris in the form of the star Sirius. That's why I go to the surah in the Quran. The surah of the star, and it says, this is the God who worships both male and female from one single ejaculated semen. He is the Lord of Sirius. And there's two gods of Sirius. Osiris is Greek for the word Sirius. And Isis is called the seat of Sirius. Isis and Osiris, Allah. You see what I'm saying? The Lord of Sirius, Allah, is Osiris. Muhammad's father put the surah of the star, the moon, and different things like that back in the Quran. But I hate to brush the bubble, but the Quran was written by Bilal. Oh, Muhammad could write it. He was illiterate. All right, he was illiterate, so then he died. So how the hell the Quran got here? Who wrote it? Bilal wrote this shit. He was an Ethiopian Jew. So it's got to be Jewish. It's got the Old Testament in the first part of the book, 5 books of Moses. See what I'm saying? Old Testament, Bible, Quran, one and the same. This is a little different perspective based on culture, but it's the same thing. You see what I'm saying? But, now, going back, the people in Afghanistan talk about, we worship in a group of gods, hidden gods in America. Who were they talking about? They were talking about you. Now, that means that everybody in here has a spiritual destiny. But you gotta find out what that destiny is. It ain't picketing and running around and all this stuff. Leave downtown alone and leave these black folks alone, because I'm gonna let you know we'll see people. If you're trying to help the black folks out here, you're going to find out that it'll be 10, 20 years down the road and these people are going to be the same they are. Because you got to understand something. Now, I understand where you're coming from. I'm not necessarily telling you that to be concerned. You got to understand, if you're in a war, you need to fight the war to win the war. You see what I'm saying? Now, try to understand the spirit world. The spirit world has decoys. These are people that spiritually dead. In the voodoo myths, they call them the zombies. Not even dead. That means you trying to contact them is like contacting a sleep person. You say, well, what's the concept? First of all, the concept here is there's a group of priests and a group of spiritual people that's supposed to rise up in America. The people that you see out here that's dead, the zombies, they are a decoy group. They are so savage now. You see, I know sometimes we get comfortable because we be isolated in our areas. But I travel the country, and I'm telling you, the sickest thing in this country is black people. They are savages. They got niggas from January to the other day, they done killed 150 black people in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia. Now don't be lost, because all part of the mind order. Let me explain something. When the Arabs were going across the top of Africa, they went to Libya, they went to Morocco, they went to convert into Islam, they cut your head off. They kill you. So the Dogon people who have these divine secrets of the star Sirius and the divine nomos, we got to protect this particular secrets. So what they did is they started living such a nomadic and savage lifestyle. Until when the Arabs came, they said, these people are so backwards, so we're just going to leave them alone. They don't have any vestige of civilization. And as a result, by them leaving them alone, they were able to cultivate and keep the science of the Dogon to this day. And not being taken over by the Africans, by the Arabs. You understand what I'm saying? Now, spiritually, this is what's going on spiritually when it comes to us in the white man. He's looking for something that's going to unseat him. Right in his Bible, it says, which is in the Bible, now don't throw a Bible out because they ain't nothing but our ancient texts. They might have edited it and took out what they want, but there's still stuff up in it because there's nothing but Hemmitt text from the library of Alexandria. Don't be fooled by that. In there they say a proud man will overtake his master. Say that right in there. They got other texts where they say that there'll be a group of Egyptians living in this land far away, it's not established yet, in the last days, and they will establish Maya. So they're talking about a group of people that will be in a land that will establish the new kingdom of this new hierarchy or spirit land. This new world, and they call it worlds to come. We damn near on the fringe of this shit. This shit can go in and day. Stuff is happening. Now, the reason why I know because I did research. I'm a researcher. I did research for almost 10 years, and I had a lot of breakthroughs on the research of all the texts and all the stuff I could get from around the world, and the study and the study. And right at 2001, the millennium, the Spirit started coming. The God started coming. Direct communication from not just spirits from Africa, but spirits from around the world. You see what I'm saying? And they were coming because it was prophesied that there would be a new people that all God was going to come to, because we are the people that they want to communicate with for His kingdom to rise. And then the Spirit started coming. You see what I'm saying? I live in a spirit house. You see? A spirit house. You see? And the spirit realm started coming, and these ancient gods started coming. So I'm saying there's a whole other ecology that's going on here. That's going on concurrent with this world. There's another world here. There's an ecology going on. You understand what I'm saying? That's around you is that you are being distracted from all the shit. Mainly finances and money. I know it's hard to have. You see what I'm saying? You know. But if you can just tap into the bare minimum. Tap into the bare minimum. You see what I'm saying? And understand that there's something more important than you can make contact. And then your stuff starts rolling. Now let me get where I'm coming from here. This realm that we're talking about here, the government is looking for it. But, for some reason, what happens is this. Remember in the movie Star Wars, when he saw the Emperor, it's the Empire of the Black, Return of the Jedi. He goes, and Luke Skywalker goes before the Emperor, and he said, your confidence will be your undoing. What has happened to me is that something so beautiful has happened. Our people out here, when the white man looks, he said, the black leaders, they gone. We got them out here pocket. They look at black, the youth, shoot. These niggas is insane. Killing each other, doing all kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? They gone. It's divine, I tell you. They look at the black American and they say, he's already an arrogant person. They think he's a prima donna, he's infallible. He thinks that he views the world only through his European concept. So he thinks that in so many words, his thought is the way the world is supposed to be. So when they look at us, they get confident. They say, them savage Negroes like In segregation, we all knew the hell we were. Knew our damn place. All this is divine now because they trying to search for the conscious and you people. Meanwhile, we got people in so much mayhem and disarray, and so the white boys are going back to the city. You look at the goddamn Mexicans now. You look at the Mexicans now, and it's all decoy. You going on about your business, and you supposed to be getting down with the spiritual thing. So in so many words, they had to take a group of black folks, make them disintegrate into madness. You know what I'm talking about? Your family members, your hourly line, everybody. Because one thing about us to make us lost now is one thing. We all, when we come to money, we lose our goddamn mind. We are the selfish individuals on the planet now. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to money, we lose our mind. It don't matter. The only thing that matters is this group of conscious people, a couple of thousand, and that's debatable. Because within the conscious people, they insane too. But it's the best we got. But as a result, the white man looks and he goes, I don't have to worry about them. They're so crazy because he's looking at what is called the apparent. See, in the spirit realm, the Kabbalistic system, they say, never look at the apparent. Things are not the way they appear to be. So what happens is, he's so infallible now that he don't think that nothing says unspeak him. And you don't have to worry about it because it don't take no more. Right now, I don't take the people in this room. Or less. But it's happening as we go on. So what I'm trying to say to you is, if he knew the spirit realm and what was going on, he would try to exterminate all of us. But now, you know, man, I'm too trying to kill them niggas. I'm going to look at the Mexican. You see what I'm saying? And it's all spiritual. You get what coming from here? Meanwhile, the freedom thing went down, and our DNA is changing. That was a cleansing period. It was a cleansing period. If some stuff happened, we're not the same after that. Right? We're not the same after that. Now, it's interesting, because I'm looking at this thing and I'm saying this. The sister Sonura said, she called the sister Debbie Jean, which is a psychic in Chicago. She said, well, what's up with us going to Shreveport? And she said something very spiritual. And then it came to me on the plane, it was like, man, Shreveport, tree. That's the divine feminine in the ultimate of the divine feminine in India. You see what I'm saying? So, no, this is one of the keys. This is one of the hubs of the great mother. You see, so now, so what you got to do is, this particular dot is very zooming. Now, if you look, you will see a heart. Then you'll see these dots in the heart. The dots represent your souls. It represents your souls. Now, to access this is to access the heart chakra. And how you access this spiritual center inside of you is number one. First thing you got to do is you got to stop judging. And number two, you got to become a child. You ever think you got to become a child? Yeah. What do they mean by that? It means that literally you have to somehow forget about the self or yourself, the person that you have grown to know since you was a child. And become something new. Remember I said the first thing I said, you know, when you forget self, you become free. Yeah. And all the petty history, oh, you know, my mama did this to me, my daddy did this, I used to be this, I used to be that. That's all part of the roads down here. It's not even real, it doesn't even exist. It's a form of evasion. You see what I'm saying? We all go through, but the main thing here is not what you have been, it's your soul, because you woke. If you don't let anyone look at all the masses of people out here, you don't even get this concept. You see what I'm saying? You see? But the key here is, let's say you have a low self-esteem about something that you did in the past, or something is this and something that, and you don't even realize those things are nothing but series of events that never really existed they're illusions, and they are roles that you've been playing to get you where you are now. Doesn't even exist. You see what I'm saying? So now, that's what in that last little thing about the Katrina thing, and I'll go into other parts in a few minutes. One part I'm going to go into is this. Is this. Let me show you this now. Okay. One thing happened. One of the mysteries of Katrina, and one of the mysteries is state of wrong, so I have to put something on it. One of the mysteries, look at it, is a two surface called down bottom and I-808, down bottom I-808. There's two surfaces. These two surfaces are supposed to rise one day. There are spiritual entities that's in the heavens. Yeah. You ever hear Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness? And you should pick up the serpent as a testament of your faith. This, all the stuff is there. See, the concept here is, see, you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. What I mean by it is, see, when you learn new things, the concept is not to abandon your Bible. The concept is what you're supposed to do is, there's a guy named Hemmitt Austin. He found out that when he was studying to try to get to certain history, what he couldn't find in the Bible, he found the leftover pieces in the Quran. He found the other pieces in the Torah. You got to put all these shit together. And when you get that, you got to go to the other sacred books, ancient history, and you got to put all this stuff together. So it's not to become sectarian. Because whenever you say, I'm just going to be this one piece, even if you go back to Egypt, you're going to be lost if you don't take all this type of stuff. Because sometimes I say, wait a minute, because there's such things to survive in the Bible. Now, this spiritual thing, how it's going to go down. And when I'm studying this stuff, I say, yeah, I got it. There's one little piece. And then I look at the Bible and say, it's just going to go down like a twinkling of an eye. You see what I'm saying? I said, oh, that's a missing piece that I needed for some of this most advanced stuff that I had someplace else. You see what I'm saying? So you got to put it all together. So this is not to tear down what you already into, it's to enhance what you're into. So if you're going beyond the mythology, not only the mythology, because that's the high level. You're going beyond the fairy tale, the layman stuff they give you in Sunday school, and you graduate to much more higher laws of spirituality. You get where I'm coming from here? Yeah. Much more higher laws of spirituality. Now, dealing with that, the DNA is also two intertwined circuits. Now, with Katrina, rolls down by the whale and ate a whale, two aspects of the divine, two double snakes. What this other, they said down by and ate a whale are not really concerned with human affairs, but they are something that will happen in the future in the divine realm. Well, these two twin snakes is a part of the voodoo pantheon. Down by the ate a whale is your DNA, and that's the shit that's rising. That's the stuff that's rising. It's inside of the rise of the ancient serpent of wisdom. There's a book called that, The Rise of the Ancient Serpent of Wisdom by Mark Amaru Pinkham. I might be on the list. The Return of the Ancient Serpent of Wisdom. I don't know if that's on the list. We're going to update the list. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, it's on the list? No. And that's talking about the DNA on the inside. I think it's called Return of the Ancient Serpent of Wisdom. By Mark Amaru Pinkham. Now, what this means is, now don't be fooled by this now. This means that if you're going to study, even the stuff that you're going to study in Christianity, you're going to have to study it outside of the traditions of the ceremony that was given to you by the white man. And even though we might turn it into a spiritual system that cultivated us over the years, what I'm trying to say here is this stuff that has to be done with your own self, your own path. You see what I'm saying? Now, you can use the church if you understand that that's just a social event. It's a social place that you go, because I know some of y'all don't want to, I ain't going to be funny with that mess. But you got to just understand principalities. There might be a place where you might want to go as a social outlet. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's your form of your disco or your nightclub. And a fellowship. We got to understand the difference now. It's a social outlet. Some of you people are still in the church. You can go as a social outlet, but by no means are you going there as a form of spirituality. Two different things. Because on the spiritual part, those rituals initiate you on the lower realm. You say, how do you mean? Everything on a level is based on the level of knowledge. You got a person coming up to you, telling you basically moralistic stuff that you already know. You know, does the preacher come up and impart wisdom to you about some advanced stuff, or he just tells you a better way to behave so you can get your brownie points? Now, point here is, you had that. Now, in any form of education, 10 years down the road, you're supposed to graduate from that and go home out. You're not supposed to be at 30 years at the same class. You see what I'm saying? So understand the difference between a ritualistic form of ceremony for social events, but by no means has this to do with spirituality. Because most things that's spiritual, the church don't even believe in. Here is you a spirit walking around in a body. And they'll say the spirit, your soul, and all this. And as soon as you lose the physical body, they say, oh, we don't believe in ghosts. Ain't that an oxymoron? A ghost is nothing but a spirit or a soul that does no longer have the body. You understand what I'm saying? The only thing that's lost is the physical form. It just changes state. So, wait a minute. So, okay, you say that you believe in the spirit and this carnal flesh and all that shit you talk about. But yet, when you get contacted by the spirit world and it's called a ghost, you don't believe in that. The Bible says you're supposed to believe in that. Or if it's some kind of priesthood or some kind of preacher that couldn't understand how to explain that shit to you and say, well, that's what you believe in. But yet you said, I was taken over by the Holy Ghost. Understand the difference between religion. Let me give you enough. You're going to burn in hell. All right, you're going to burn in hell. That's what y'all scared about going to hell. Some people right now going to hell. You ask your mind and say, I'm listening to this nigga right now. You've been playing with that all your life. Right now you're saying, what is that nigga wrong? And I'm going to be burning in hell. Break this concept down. Because even Sheikh Anthony said that the Hebrews didn't even have a hell story until about 100 years before the Christian era. And they adopted the Egyptian book of Gates and then tried to break the shit down into this little fictitious thing. But this kind of getting this hell thing from him. You won't burn in hell. Now, let's look at the second. You got this analytical ability here. To burn in something, for fire to burn something, something has to be in a physical state to burn. Otherwise, it's just going to be fire, hovering, a fire, being fire, but in order for it to burn, it has to come in contact with a physical state. But when you die, you're no longer physical. So what is there to burn?
Nothing. You know what I'm saying?
And you say, your soul, wait a minute. The soul, if you study it, comes from, that's is because your everything down here in the physical is what is called, it's in a transitory state, it's burning up. So a burning hell means the physical realm. Higher. The burning hell. It's called higher in narcissism. Hell, the burning hell is the physical realm. You see what I'm saying? So my point here is, see, you gotta continue. See, you've been taught some shit. Sunday school. Now you down there 80, you're still living in that shit. What's happening in this? This is the problem with that. When your subconscious mind gives you, the subconscious mind reacts from data that you give it. It takes that data, it deposits that data, and it functions on the data that you give it. If that data can be wrong and false data, it still functions nevertheless. So if I give you a fairy tale at an early age of something that is not explained to the fullest, you see what I'm saying? Or a hoax, or something that's designed politically to keep you down, and I give you a fairy tale at an early age, it still is dormant in the subconscious mind and they're acting itself out. Even though it can be wrong information. When right information comes, it will suspect the right information as being wrong because it had a precondition to wrong information, and it will reject the right information. Until some kind of way you can go in and dissolve the information that was given to you at an innocent state. You see what I'm saying? So some of you learn all this particular information, and it goes in, but it compiles as a room of data, but it never sinks into the subconscious because you haven't gotten rid of the garbage that was given to you in the first place.
That's right.
And that garbage is held together by fear.
That's right.
So the hell is in you. Although you be catching hell all your life.
That's right.
White man cut off your life. Me, that's the most scary shit. I done had physical shit happen to me. My mother cut off my life. You want to ever have a bad feeling, fucked up feeling, cut off your life. You going to the wall clicking on the damn switch, there ain't shit coming out. You see what I'm saying? You live in hell every damn day. I know what hell is. Let know when the LA riots, motherfuckers say, you want to stop the riots? So this shit been going on for 2 days. They say, yeah. They pulled that grid, and them niggas stopped yesterday. Them niggas stopped like in their tracks. They said, fuck, this shit is over now. No more rock. Our electives is solved. As my grandma would say, my electives is solved. And I cut off them electives. It's over when electricity cut off. So I'm just trying to say that you live in hell every day when it comes to this particular concept. You see? Now, all right, let's go on. Here's a book called The Gnostic Text. And this is some beautiful stuff here. Because I saw it. This is a book called The Gnostic Scriptures by Bentley Layton. L-A-Y-T-O-N. Bentley Layton. Do I have that on the
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's a text in here. I'll tell you the name of the text. It's called, if you get this book, it's on page 367. 366, 367, where it starts. The actual text starts on 371, but they start the introduction, and it's a text. Now, these texts are the texts that they Conference and I see throughout all these texts. Conference of Trent and 8 other conferences got rid of all this compiled stuff. Okay, got how much? Oh, the light here. They got rid of all this stuff that was supposed to go into the Bible. Or they took it out of the Bible. They had several Bibles. You see what I'm saying? They were about maybe 10 of them things. But they were revealing too much. Because see, when they first compiled them, they still had all that ancient Egyptian and ancient world text. And so they said, we got to get some conferences because we can't control the people with all this good juice up in this shit right here. They have to shit where Jesus killed a little boy up in that motherfucker. life and shit, but he sure killed his ass. Get rid of this shit. It made him lame and stuff. But, you know, but then again, you know, but if you study Horace and Krishna, they were doing all kinds of Krishna used to steal blood and terrorize all the time, but still it's like image. He was a mischievous little boy. And so all that stuff with the text of the Jews that came from Hemmitt, he was getting into some fucked up stuff as a little boy. Just like little boys, they're trying to show his human side. They said, no, we got to get that out of here and scoop it up a little bit. So they took that text out. So his text was lost until 1945 when they found these big jars in Egypt. Later on called the National Library. And they found these big jars. And they had these papyruses in them. And this is the stuff from this papyrus. So there's a text called the Hymn of, it's called the Hymn of the Pearl, or the Hymn of Jude Thomas, the apostle, in the country of the Indians. Now, let me break this down. This particular text is one of the texts of us going into slavery. This is some beautiful shit that you can read what the hell that means. So I'm going to paraphrase and go into this story on what happened. But I'm giving you the document into evidence. This is some amazing shit, you know. And they gave me, I read this back in 98. They took it from me, and they gave it back to me. Spirit World took it from me, and gave it back to me Tuesday. I guess for this shit is going on. Okay, so let me drop this. Thomas in here, there's more than one Christ figure. You're going to find out that all these particular figures. Mary is a Christ figure. If you get it out of that one person running around and understand that the Christ figure, the Christ is break the mystery. The Christ is another word for the soul. Bottom line. Bottom line. It's another word for the soul. That was taken by the Romans and composited into a human being and threw the whole thing off. You see what I'm saying? When it was supposed to be a people in the future and a whole race of people, because Christ has come from the Egyptian Heru or Horus. You see what I'm saying? And it's called the Horus lineage. The coming of the Christ is the people that sitting in this room that have gotten there before the rest of the people. You are Christ right now. You just don't know it.
Speak.
Why do you think you sitting up here on Saturday damn night? Black folks. We do a lot of shit on Saturday night. We sitting on Saturday night listening to some information. You see what I'm saying? And I didn't have to scare you into hell to bring you here. It's because you are the Christ people. They say the coming of the Christ. They also talk about the coming of the church, the coming of a covenant, the coming of an upper room, the coming of the knights of the round table. There's many things and different things. It's called the gathering. And you, the Christ that we're talking about, is you.
Right.
And the scriptures cannot be broken. John 10, verse 34, 36. Ye are God. And the scriptures cannot be broken. Look at this. God, hold on. I've seen this on my tape before. This is coming from the Zohar. This is what the Jews got from us in our text in Spain. It says, the beings who live below say that God is on high, while angels in heaven say God is on earth. This is Zohar. You God. So when the people in Afghanistan say, this is what y'all partying, we have these festivals over there. They say, we celebrate a bunch of hidden gods in the United States. Said it in 99. And ever since then, the Taliban came and wiped them motherfuckers out. They scared. You are one. But it's talking about the people in this damn room. Now, y'all?
Yep.
Okay, check it out. So I'm paraphrasing this thing. Remember now, in this text, it's the gospel, it's the hymn of the... They got a text up in here where they go to the Jesus of the ones they stole, the one out of Egypt. And they say, should we be only with people of our kind? He said, indeed. You're supposed to be with people of your kind. And what they mean by that is, shoot, look at all the problems we got. You see what I'm saying? Just even if a white person steps up in here right now, and I'm talking to you, you start scratching and shit like that. But you're trained, you know. You're not trained. You're afraid what I'm saying is going to offend him.
Yeah.
So that's one reason we're talking about the social element. You understand what I'm saying? On the social element. Let me tell you another thing also, too. I found this out, too. I did 2 tapes on the white man. But I did find this stuff out, too. There's going to be a lot of doggone people that's in this country. I'm going to tell you what I think what the elite is doing. The global elite is the people who run the country. They're Europeans that's untouched, pure cavemen. And the reason why they let the Mexicans into the country is they say we got to shut down America. They say because America ain't pure. They say there's a lot of white people in this mix with blacks, which make them Negroes. Now they did the whole thing on the Melungeons, on the History Channel. I got it on tape. So we always caught. So that's when they mess you up when they got rid of that VCR, DVD. The 2 formats they came after 1997 when they came out with the movies. They play all right, but when it comes to the recording, they got some stuff up in there that ain't 100%. But keep your VCR. Anytime you see any VCR, they sell them at the pawn shop now for $10. And the Goodwill, $10. Get you a VCR. And don't throw away your VCR. That keeps us recording is key. And they got a block on a lot of stuff when it comes to the DVD recorder. You can't get stuff right off. You see what I'm saying? If you put this in, you record on it, you can't record over it. So they did that on purpose to stop us from transferring the information with the videos. Now, the Melungeons is a group of people that they say Native Americans, African Americans, Northern Europeans, and even Arabs. There's a bunch of these people, in so many words, there was a bunch of these people that came over before the Mayflower. And they call them Melungeons. They call them Croatians in South Carolina. They call them all kinds of names. They got different names, but they call them tri-racial people. In so many words, they black. One drop of black blood, you a different. Definitely that. And so what it is they're saying there's a lot of white people in this country, more than what you think. Just got black now. And so they say it ain't pure. They tainted with what they call contaminated blood. That's why they shut down the country. They're going back to Europe. They done built Europe up. You see what I'm saying? Now, so they call them, they said who was black? Elvis Presley was black. They said that shit on TV. Elvis Presley, Ava Gardner, doing that nasty, Abraham Lincoln and stuff like that. Now it just came out last week saying that Babe Ruth has a nigga up in him. Makes sense? You know the black man playing and killing them white boys. President Eisenhower was black. It's always the most racist ones that get black in them and hate them. Like a big Hoover family is black. Well, I know he was Jewish, but then again, on the other hand, it just depends. You got some Jews who was children of the Moors. You see what I'm saying? Children of the Moors. Even your boy from Portugal was dark hue. Napoleon. The interesting about Napoleon went into the Great Pyramid Chambers, and when they came back in, he said, y'all leave me alone. They came back a couple minutes later, he was pale white. They looked at him, they said, what did you see or whatever? He wouldn't tell them. So now he was writing his memoirs when he was captured on the island, the last island he was on. There. Not Costa Costa where it's from. Elba or something. Elba. And they had him write his memoirs. This is after he done killed all the white folks in Europe. They said, what if he said he was getting ready? He said, I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna tell you what I saw in the pyramids. And he went in the room, he was coming back out. The guy said, no, we need to write what you saw started the king's chamber. He said, no, he said, no, never mind. He said, they never believed me. It plagued him all his life. And what he saw Khufu, a black man. The spirit came to him and said, look, nigga. And he saw Khufu, a black man. Now, it's interesting here because I've been fortunate to contact the dead. So every now and then I'm trying to get some stuff and then the actual spirit will come through. So I was trying to tell one of the seers, I said, what did Napoleon see? She said he saw the king. He saw Khufu when he was a black man. I said, and then Khufu came through and said, my name is Kun, K-U-N, Fu. Kun Fu. I'm like, God damn, that's almost close to Kung Fu. He said, no, Kun Fu. I was like, man, this is about 2 weeks ago. And it's amazing stuff I stuck over. So you can tap into the spirit realm. Nothing is lost.
Right.
Nothing is lost if you live by the spirit, not by religion. And religion means that you malign and vilify people. After you raise yourself up on the back of others, you got to become like a child. So I stopped talking shit about black people. I stopped talking shit about gay people. I stopped talking shit about everybody.
That's right.
Because you never know where this stuff gonna come from.
That's right. That's right.
Now, in religion, they tell you, you got to talk shit about gay people. You make yourself feel good. You got to talk shit about this person, that person. You got to talk shit about the prostitute. You got to talk shit about the hoe. You got to talk shit about the drunk. See what I'm saying? And I remember my mama saying one time, my grandma. She said, why are you speaking to them old drunk ass niggas all the time? Them niggas falling out sloppy drunk. She said, well, if my car breaks down up here, you the first niggas that help me. Okay.
That's right.
And sure enough, a car broke down one day and the niggas started fighting on who was going to help. You never know how it's going. I need my yard cut. So the first year, they sent me a practice. Come up. First you come up, you pay him money, cut the yards, run back, you're going to pay him $30. Then he comes back and say, no, give me 5. You see what I'm saying? Give me 5. Because he need that hit. So everything is an ecological system. I said, I'm going to oblige your ass. Cut that front yard and 5 for the back. It's just the way it should work out. And I know it's spirit. I know it's spirit. You see what I'm saying? And so when that one left, got locked up in jail, they sent another one last year. Then he got locked up in jail and now they sent a flunk. You see what I'm saying? He comes and say, yo, we do this installment. He might come and cut it. But hopefully paying him 3 days later. We still on?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So it's just, I'm saying, my point is, when you deal with the spirit realm, you never know how they're going to come at you. You never know how they're going to come at you. You see? And so that's what you deal with. Now, let me get into this slavery chapter. In this particular chapter,
You got 20.
2 minutes, okay?
No, 20.
20 minutes. Oh, okay, good. Okay, now check this out. In this chapter, it's talking about this Thomas character, and he's got to go down into Egypt. He's sent by his parents who are royal, kingly people. Now, the Egyptians is writing the story about a man going down in Egypt. So obviously the Egypt that they're talking about in here can't be the Egypt that the Egyptians is writing of a person coming and going to this far land. It has to be a place in the future. And lo and behold, what do we live? We live in New Egypt. Go to Washington, D.C. It's built around what? Hemmitt. So they're talking about a person that has to go in a land. First they say Babylon in the text. Then they say, but the guy translates it, this Babylon is not the Babylon of Babylonia. It's the Babylon that's the Giza Plateau, the city of the pyramids. Because that used to be called Babylon. That section with the Giza Plateau, the baby lions are called left in place of the right.
Lion. Yeah.
So it says, go down, but the Egyptians is talking about, but they translate Babylon into Egypt. But it can't be the Egyptians talking about going into Egypt when they're already in Egypt. The Egypt that they're talking about is America. It's talking about America. And what do the Rosters call America?
Babylon.
All process.
That's right.
So what you got to realize is the British government just gave to they be trying to do us while we trying to do them. In the late 70s and early 80s, like from the late 70s, the British government was secretly studying Bob Marley. When he was over in England, they used to come to campus and they would get him to give his philosophy. And they were basically writing down prophecies of Bob Marley. The British government just released these prophecies on Bob Marley. And what Bob Marley didn't know that when he was talking about Hemmitt, His Excellency, what he didn't know that the prophecies that they were given to Hemmitt were Bob Marley. He was the Messiah figure. Now the reason why I know that is I talked to a lot of West Africans from the late, from when they started coming out of colonization. And I said, well, what was it like? They said, man, when we heard Bob Marley music, when he hit Africa in Zimbabwe in 1980, when they had Zimbabwe, they had the independence, he said the African countries started throwing off colonialism. He said, we all did it to Bob Marley's music. That's the Messiah. That's the Messiah. Right. There's a book called The Messiahs of the Dead Sea Scrolls. That the Jews put out in the middle of the 90s. And what they found out when they translated these Dead Sea Scrolls, that there's more than one Messiah.
That's right.
There'll be a whole community of Messiahs.
That's right.
And you still thinking one man. And the reason why it's a whole community of Messiahs is because it also means you're the Messiah.
That's right.
The Maitreya, the future Buddha. And the word Buddha, or the word Buddha Rupa, means melanin inside. It's the black dot.
Primordial.
Now, so there's more than one Messiah. So what it was is this here. His Excellency Haile Selassie did not manifest into a liberating figure. Didn't do it. Didn't he like black people in America or Africa? I know that because we talk all that shit. John Henry Clark knew the motherfucker. He said they put him on the train with us, and they had that conference in the 30s. No, it was in the 40s. The 40s and the 50s, they had an African conference. They had a World Summit conference, and they would invite people from around the world. So they put the Africans and the African Americans on one train, and they put Haile Selassie on the train, and he pitched a bitch. He said, I am not these people. I'm not African, and I ain't no African American. I don't want nothing to do with these motherfuckers. So obviously, this motherfucker wasn't on the side. You see, they got the prophecies wrong. They talk about look for a king to be crowned. Martha Garvey talked about in the future. The king was Bob Marley. You understand what king means? The word king comes from another word, kingu, which means melanin. In Babylon, or Samaria, the royal blood, melanin in the blood royal, sangria, the purple blood. Osiris is a purple deity too, a purple hue, or the god of the perfect black. You see all this type of stuff. Now going back, Thomas is a royal prince of royal birth, but he has to go down. His royal prince has to go down into Egypt to recover a pearl that resides near the ravenous dragon. He has to go on a secret mission, him and two other people. They go and make them forget who they are. And their mission for being there. They're trying to recover this birth. So here's the people that's a royal birth from an ancient land. Used to be kings and queens, used to be advanced people walking around, don't their ass and holding around. But the story time got down for real, y'all. Walking around, don't know why they're here. Don't know their mission, and don't even know who they are for some reason. Whatever these people put on them, they forgot who they were. You see what I'm saying? So, the king and the queen have to be people in the spirit realm. Or it has to be the Egyptians. It has to be the Egyptians. Cut it off or whatever. It's supposed to be the Egyptians. And what they do, these people are dead and they're in slavery. So what this mother and father does, which is supposed to be us, they give them what's called a Gnostic call. They give them a series of information. And when they find the information, he remembers who he is, and he recovers the pearls that are near the ravenous dragon. The pearl is his soul. And his soul means that he is God or goddess. And the ravenous dragon is his physical body or his human brain. It makes you think that you're human when you are God. And so, what was so intoxicating that would make you forget who he was? See, the story is really about a God coming down to find the soul or retrieve his pearl or going through a void to retrieve illumination, and then somewhere down around the way it hit in the head. And see, it's a physical history of us going into slavery, but it's a spiritual history of us thinking that this human body is who we really are, and we lose sight of things. Meanwhile, it talks about in the Kabbalah, there is an intruder that's in the land, that's intruding, and he causes an incontinuous towards learning by causing luxury. So you want these things, you understand what I'm saying? And the kingdom is within you. You see? But we are all caught up in these things. And you know, it's not just having these things, we can get these things. It's the excess of these things. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got products of clothes. Fine, you already got that. But it's the excess. It's the drugs that you have to keep going on and on. You understand what's going on here? So now this is what this particular passage, this thing is talking about. It's talking about us going into slavery. But they say the mission was that we lost in slavery is we think is to obtain wealth when it is to attain your soul. You say, well, how do you attain your soul? You attain your soul by learning the knowledge of your soul. And that's what we're talking about right now. It's the knowledge of your soul that you're supposed to be after. That's the most important thing. Who am I? Am I really who I am? Am I all of these? But that's not just Africa, that's God. You see what I'm saying? You all right? Let's go on. Okay, let's go on. Let's see here. Now, it's interesting here because there's, I think it's in some part of South America, there's some people that worship a goddess who was the daughter of a conquistador, which is, well, that's a Spanish conqueror, and a Native American, or a native of that land. Not, that's an offshoot of emits. That's one of the missions of that thing. But she's the daughter of that, and when she grows up, she gets married to a runaway slave. And her name was Marie Leonza. And these people down with Venezuela, I think it's in Venezuela, I think. They worship this woman, and she got a snake around her neck, and she got these long dreadlocks. Her name was Marie Leonza. baryons. The goddess that sets over her is the goddess Erzuli. She later on comes to New Orleans as Marie Laveau. And the goddess Erzuli is over her, and that's a whole nother, that's a whole spirit. And that's the connection here, there's a connection here. What I'm trying to say here is, at this particular time, if you take this observation, you take these three things that Erzuli is also called Saint Martha. Saint Martha is a protectionist deity. Now that has a whole protectionist prayer to her. Saint Martha, Erzuli, and Dambaluedo, and that tree yonder, and start working with those particular energies. You can come up with some stuff. You can come up with some real stuff. And I got these things here. I'm not pumping my stuff, but this is the stuff that you need. This stuff is working all over the country. You see what I'm saying? So let's go on. Okay, now. Let me see here. I want to see one thing. It's interesting here because at a particular time, you say, well, how do we know this is the time? A month ago or 2 months ago, in the NASA and the Hubble telescope picked up a double helix, which is the two twin circuits, down by the Wedo and in the Wedo, where they picked up a star cluster in the sky, the double helix in the Milky Way galaxy. It's a DNA spiral. It's lined, some stars that line up to make a perfect DNA spiral. It's all on the internet. In the Milky Way galaxy. And it's in front of a black hole. Now, what this means is this. The DNA spiral that is in the cosmos, in the Milky Way galaxy, which is our galaxy, is nothing but the DNA is lining up inside of you. As above, so below. You see what I'm saying? That universe up there, that is nothing but a hologram. It's called a petty universe. The real universe is on the inside of you. Universe B. That's universe A. The holographic universe is a book called Michael Talbot's book, The Holographic Universe. The petty universe. That's all scientific. That's what there's a series of illusions that don't exist. The universe, the true universe is on the inside of everything. The kingdom is within. It's inside of you, and that universe there gives you indication on what's going on the inside of you. So if the DNA spirals that come with a star cluster is aligned in the heaven, that means the shit is aligned inside of you. And the shit is going on right now. It's been that way for the last 2 months. There's a meteor in the sky that's closest to the earth, that's the closest to the earth that it's ever been. And it's going to be there till 28, and some stuff is going on the inside of us, the stuff is lining up. But it's all in the melody. It's all in the melody. Now, one thing you got to do, two things you got to do. One thing here is you got to start drinking grape juice. But you can't drink the Welch's grape juice because it has sugar in it. So you have to go and either get you some, you go to the kosher section in Walmart, they got this stuff called Cardine grape juice, that has any sugar in it. And Welch's used to be made that way, and so they start putting the high fructose corn syrup in it. The grape juice, but there's a group of black people in Detroit, they like all in their 50s and 60s plus. They drink this grape juice, and they regenerate themselves and get back young. That's right. They're just drinking this grape juice. But what happens here is, the Welch's and the regular grape juice, what they do is they put sugar in it and it shuts down the cells for 5 hours. Enough for the grape juice to pass through so it doesn't get you cells. So what happens is if you can't find the Cardine grape juice, you got to take the baking soda, a little pinch of baking soda, and put it in the grape juice and it turns to cobalt blue. And you can drink that and it kills the sugar, and therefore that also regenerates the cells. Regenerates the cells. The other thing that regenerates the cells also is stuff that's good for the pineal gland is pineapple. You heard pineapple, pineal. Pineapple. The temple of Angkor Wat. The temple of Angkor Wat. The temple of Angkor Wat. If you can see, the temple up top looks like a pineapple. Okay. These pineapples are built in honor of this goddess here, the goddess of wealth and prosperity. The god is Lakshmi. Lakshmi. L-A-K-S-H-M-I. Lakshmi. 5 minutes. The goddess of, okay, I got her poster here too. She's been bringing a lot of good prosperity last year for a lot of people. The goddess of prosperity, she has this, if you can see, she has this cone-shaped pineapple thing on her head. Well, this temple is built in honor of her, and those are the pineapples that you have also, are those particular, that particular aspect of the pine-shaped crown, which also represents pine needle land, because pine is shaped like a pine cone, but it's also Lakshmi's crown on her head. It's also her crown on her head. Now, so pineapple, it's in the midst of Hercules. Hercules does these 12 labors, which represents 12 signs of the zodiac. And also 12 circuits, 12 chakras, 12 all kinds of stuff, inside of the body. He does the 12 labors, and after ending his 12 labors, Hercules, who is Heru, Achilles, Hercules, Horus. After 12 labors, he's rewarded the golden apples. Well, they said the golden apple is translated. What's the golden apple? A pineapple. Yeah. So you drink the pineapple juice, and what it does, the brown in there gets rid of all the parasites and lines stuff up. So you drink pineapple juice, that's good for the pineal gland also. So he's given the pineapple, or he's also given the golden apple, 2 golden apples, which is the breast. He's given the woman. You see what I'm saying? Now them breasts is some shown up gifts. There's some gifts there. Shown up gifts. Now, so you want to do the pineapple, you want to deal with the pineapple also. Moving right along. Okay. Moving right along. We'll get my other book out. How long we got? Period.
1 minute. I want to take a break. You want to take a break, Bobby?
Oh, you want to take a break first?
Yeah.
Okay, take a break.
Yeah, take a 10-minute break.
Take a 10-minute break.
You know, we stretch for a minute. And then we'll come back.
Yeah.
So you got to take one
Okay, yeah.
anyway.
Now also I have all types of pictures. I want to say this particular thing. I got certain pictures here that's real sacred. Some of these particular pictures are very spiritual. I got these. This one here was fun. This one here was interesting. I've been studying this for the last 2 years. This is proving that the dread started in Africa. There was this debate whether they started in the Caribbean or whether they started in Africa. They said, well, the Egyptians used to dread their hair to a certain age, as far as lock their hair to a certain age. The little boys, they would cut it off or whatever. But this is proof. This is one from the 1800s of a sister called the African Venus, which was this guy came and went down. He saw her. He had to go back like 4 years later and do a statue of her. This guy named Charles Henry Joseph. This was a museum piece. This in the Walter Park Museum in Baltimore. Anyway, still got some of these sort of people that want this stuff. Also, then we have all these other things. I want to show you one thing right quick before we go to the break. I know we got to go to 10-minute break, but I want to show you these right quick. Let's see what I put it on. This one. I want to show you these two, and I do have these two for sale. Number one, this is coming from the temple of Angkor Wat, which is the temple I just showed you in Cambodia. This is a picture of Buddha, which is the black Buddha with the peppercorn hair, and you can clearly see that's the black man. Look like Chris Rock. Look like Chris Rock. That's the brother, and here's the other one right here. Now you know that's the brother. Let's start them up again.
You're on.
Okay. All right then. In the Greek mythology, Camelot means new lot of Cam. Cam is what? Egypt. Camelot meant New Egypt. It was put together by the Moors. The Camelot was supposed to be America, where the new Egyptians will dwell. was supposed to be America. And it is America. But the British stole the actual Camelot story, tried to make it Britain. But it came from the word Cam means new out of Egypt. Cam. Black. So this is Camelot. That's why even when you doing the rituals, they call the Kennedy the new Camelot, American Camelot. They call Bill Clinton and them the new Camelot. It's always, they do this for a certain reason. So that particular Camelot, New Cam was America, which was talking about Camelot is where the Knights of the Round Table is supposed to gather. The Knights of the Round Table, the word knight means black. Round Table means the black guy. Knights of the Round Table is talking about the melanin. You see. Camelot. The gathering is talking about a future gathering of the sages, the priests. Well, what constitutes a priest? It's not talking about a preacher or a person of a particular tradition. That's the person that's taken on a tradition, taking on something within the confines of the tradition. The priests are the sages that they were talking about for the masters, and that just means by way of consciousness. Because you're conscious, you say, well, does that mean, because I'm consciousness, is that a big deal? Well, let's put it this way. For every person that's conscious, there's about 1 million that's not. So when you think about it, because the simple fact that you are hungering to know, or you are hungry to know, means in so many words, and in all honesty, that's the form of consciousness that makes you a master by that alone. Because you're awake when there's so many people, it's not when. Most people are dead. You see, so they talk about the great gathering. So that particular gathering, they really don't call it the church in the Christianity and stuff like that, no. But the church can't be the church they're talking about here with us. There's 12,000 different sets of Christianity in America alone. That ain't including Europe, where stuff comes from. You see what I'm saying? 12,000 in the United States sets of Christianity. You see what I'm saying? So it's not talking about the church or organized religion. It's talking about a group of people in the latter days that will be in the upper room. They're talking about us. You see, over and over and something, you know, over and over. The government knows that. Now, the philosopher's stone, which is the pineal gland, the stone that the builders reject will become the cornerstone, or the foundation stone. We are the rejected and the despised. The philosopher's stone is talking about the pineal gland. Melanin is a sand-like substance. Sand-like substance. And the pineal gland raises the melanin to the highest level as far as the melanin is secreted through the pineal gland. Now with melatonin and serotonin and this new stuff that they got now comes from the pineal gland called DMT spirit molecule. There's a whole book out called DMT spirit molecule. This is new research in the melanin by Rick Strauss. When this stuff all comes together, we will become the illuminated ones, and that's what's happening. Stuff is coming together. Melatonin, serotonin, and two forms of the DMT spirit molecule. All this stuff is coming together, and when it comes together, we become back God. So what the first thing that happens to make it come together is the high blood pressure has to speed up. So high blood pressure, even in the ones that's dead, there's certain things that's coming together and coagulating, and certain things in people's systems. And the reason why we have high blood pressure is speeding up and stuff like that, because it has to speed up to bring these, what they call proteins, in the body all the way to these spinal endorphin glands, which is the pineal pituitary hypothalamus gland, which is called the gate of science. The pearly gates. The pearl, the stone, the pearl is the eye. They're talking about stuff inside of the body. So the gates of Zion is the pineal pituitary hypothalamus, or the endorphin glands in the brain. You see what I'm saying? This is what this stuff is. And this is the Kabbalistic system talks about these pearly gates. There's a book also, The Spirit will give me something. They gave me that in '96 about the gates of Zion being the pineal. And then I'll find it in the actual documentary. It says the same thing. There's a book I call The Tower of Alchemy by David Goddard, G-O-D-A-R-D, David Goddard, G-O-O-D-A-R-D. It's called The Tower of Alchemy. And they also talk about that being also the date design and the pioneer and the pituitary about the book came about 6 years after the Spirit gave it to me. You see what I'm saying? Which is decoding this particular science and all. So that's what Zion is. The pearly gate, the pearl, the stone. Anytime you hit a stone, a color, the stone, these things are talking about coming together as the purified stone or the diamond. And so in so many words, there's certain chemicals in our body that comes together. And it's coming together based on the conjunction of the zodiac and the sun. So in so many words, everything out here, just like there's a cycle that returns, our sun goes around the earth every 365 days. Our sun goes around the greater sun every 26,000 years, called a great year. That's the star Sirius. The sun behind the sun. They say, I saw the sun at midnight. Well, how do you see the sun at midnight? Well, the sun at midnight is the star Sirius. You see, which is Isis, Osiris, and Horus, and Allah. You see. And Sirius is attributed to the most primordial star of all time. The original God, the original God that was beyond Osiris and Horus, the oldest God known to man is Set, or Soot, black one. And Soot is also the star Sirius. His name is also Pallas. That's where you get the word Palestine from. That's the god Soot. Now that god Soot, or Set later on, was called the devil because it was customary for if a new religion came in, or a new priesthood, and I thought it was really kind of messed up they did this. The first thing they would do is that they would take the god that preceded it and turn it into the devil. One of the reasons is a political aspect. If you got a people that you're trying to put forth a new religion and they figure their other one is working, why would they need to go in your new one? So the first thing you have to do is make the religion that preceded it evil, or the spiritual system preceded it evil. The Egyptians did it with Set Typhon, the Typhonian group was the pre-dynastic Egyptians, and later on, the god of the pre-dynastic Egyptians became the devil in the dynastic Egyptians. And the attributes to Set Typhon or Soot, the original, becomes Osiris, Anubis, and Tahuti. Those are the attributes that came from the original god Set. But it's also, he's also the form of Palestine, Pallas, which later on Palestine is after. But it's no different than the Egyptians later on become enemies, evil to the Hebrews, and the Hebrews, in so many words, become evil to the Christians. Although they tell you the Christians are so stupid, they will say we're not supposed to believe what's in the Old Testament. But the Old Testament is the first part of the goddamn book, your book. And it's a metaphysical thing, Old Testament, old body, New Testament, new body. It's talking about inside. This is the book. You see, this is the book. Old Testament, old body, old cells, new cells. You see, talking about the coming of Christ energy inside of the coming of the soul. So now, you have, so it's interesting how you don't supposed to believe that, but the first 4 books or 5 books of Moses is not only in the Bible, but then the later religion comes the Quran, and they say, oh, that's evil. But yet they still got the books of Moses in there. You see what I'm saying? And the Egyptians, the Hebrews call the Egyptians evil, but yet they say, Amen after every prayer. Amen rock. See what I'm saying? There's nothing, you see, so we talk about those political. Solomon, these particular beings that you have in these books never existed as human beings. Solomon is Osiris. Saul means son. Amen means his son. Amen Ra means his son. Solomon, Saul, Amen, his Solomon, his son. His son is Amen Ra, and also Osiris is the his son. You see what I'm saying? The word El means son, it means child. You get the word Amen. Son, Amen, Ra, Amen, son. Amen, Emmanuel, Amen, Amen, El, Star, Amen, Ra, Emmanuel. See these things? Jeremiah breaks all that down in the book of the beginning, volume 2. You see, breaks that down. But in this particular, not the Solomon part, that reminds me of the manual thing. Solomon and Sheba, Isis and Osiris. You see, same story. Solomon and Sheba, then later on Jesus and Mary Magdalene, because Jesus was a historical figure. It was Horus and Hathor. Hathor is his mother, Hathor is his wife. They got 2 temples they married each year in Hemmitt, in Egypt. They married a temple to Hathor, that Dendera of Hathor, real powerful temples. The temple of Dendera of Hathor, or Hemmitt, is later on the goddess. She's also the goddess. This is the original goddess of love. She's Hathor or Hemmitt in Egypt. House of Horus, house of Horus, womb of Horus. Her son. She gets married to her son every year, every summer. This is the temple of Horus, the temple of the Christ, the original Jesus. Married to the original Mary. You see, temple of Dendera, the temple of Horus. They get married each year. But it's talking about Horus on Heru and Heteru, the mother as well as the wife, the consort. These are spiritual terms of male and female. Isis and Osiris, Solomon and Sheba. You see, Sheba is male in India and Parvati. Lakshmi, which is the goddess of prosperity, and Vishnu. You see, these things go around the world. So the Jesus thing, they're bringing all that back now, trying to install the goddess, because it's all half-assed now. This male chauvinist dominating imperial stuff is dead. You see what I'm saying? It's dead. You see, so they're trying to do these types of things to try to do a certain amount of energy. So now, y'all alright? Moving right along. He said, I saw the sun at midnight. The sun at midnight is the star Sirius. But the sun at midnight is also the sun, S-O-N-S-U-N, which is Heru Horus, the sun, Horus Jesus, the sun. The sun at midnight is the pineal gland. I saw the sun at midnight. It's called Kephra. That's the scarab beetle with the wings. It's the sun at midnight. That's the pineal gland, and it's inside of you. You close your eyes and you meditate, and you see a bright light or a lavender light. or lavender light, the sun at midnight. But also the sun at midnight, the physical sun at midnight is the star Sirius, which is the what? Star, a sun, S-U-N, you see. Okay. Moving right along. We got a lot of this stuff. I want to show some pictures and stuff right quick. Maya will be established in America. That's in the book, the Hermetic text by Walter Scott. But you want to get a new book by the name, it's called Hermetica, by that prophecy of us going into slavery that came out of Egypt. The earlier form, you want to get it in a book called Hermetica by Peter Gandy and Timothy Freak. F-R-E-A-K. Peter Gandy and Timothy Freak. It's called Hermetica. It's got a new book out called The Jesus Mysteries. That came out in 2001, which is talking about Jesus and Osiris being one and the same. Also, they got a new book called Jesus and the Lost Goddess. You see, all of these things. And the last one is called The Laughing Jesus, where they showed how they took 200 years of turning from a mystical Christ into a physical human. The Romans took about 200 years. Literalist society. They wanted to corner the market. See, you want to corner the market, what you do is everybody got a price in their range. You want to corner the market, you make him a historical figure, and therefore it makes it look like he's superior over the other nations. And the Romans did that, called a literalist period. There's a new book out called The Laughing Jesus by Peter Gandy and Timothy Freak, where they go through the whole history of how they turned that from the Gnostics talking about a universal Christ again to a literal human that the church is based off of, putting everybody in slavery, worshiping some white man somewhere. You see what I'm saying? But if you worship a black man in the thing, it's still slavery if you don't understand it's yourself. Your divine birthright. You see what I'm saying? So that's why, you know, we just take it every now and then. We get these self-proclaimed messiahs that come by and you follow them and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? And then when they go to jail or get killed or whatever, you left with your ass out. You don't know because you are the one. Look for nobody to save you but yourself. You see what I'm saying? So that's how that particular aspect goes. The movie Jason and the Argonauts 1963 and Jason and the Argonauts 2000. Both of those particular ones, Jason takes a group of the most prized people. They say Greece, but the story came out of ancient Egypt as a library Alexander. They take the best people in Africa or Egypt, put them in a ship, and sail to the ends of the earth cosmos to get the golden fleece. The golden fleece is nothing but the Christ energy or melanin. You see, called chrysomelos. Chrysomelos. So what it is, they got words. The devil have a conference. They had a conference in Europe because means they take this word out of existence. They take it out of existence. The word chrysomelos, which means black Christ. Melos means apple. When you cut an apple open and slice it over, it turns brown. That's melanin. The black Christ. Black Christ survives in Puerto Rico and parts of Latin America called El Cristo Negro. Worship every October the 16th. Along in India, they worship Lakshmi, the goddess of prosperity, on October the 16th. But in Puerto Rico and South America, they worship El Cristo Negro. You see, which is El Cristo Negro. The word Cristo means Christ. That's where you get Cristo Lord from. Word of Christ, Cristo. Cristo and Cristo. El Cristo Negro is, you know, but there's also Chrysomelos, which is the golden fleece. So they took the best ones of Egypt, they say Greece in the movie. Depends on who tells the story. They take the best heroes or heroes, put them in a boat, sail to the ends of the earth, Caucasus Mountains, the west, to get the fleece, the golden fleece. When they get the fleece, it raises the kingdom. You see, what is the fleece? The fleece is nothing but the illuminated melanin soul. You see, all the stuff that we are about. On that ship, in the 2000 version, there's a guy called Orpheus. Orpheus, right before the Romans took and stole the Egyptians' a story from the Gnostics and turned it into a debauchery of a human person. Before that, in Rome, Ezekiel was worshiping a form of Horus called Orpheus. And Orpheus was a great musician. And when he would play, he would raise people from the dead and he would heal the sick. But he was a musician, Orpheus. That's why the great Sufi master, one of the Sufi masters that writes on music, said it's the new music of the future. The new religion of the future won't be a religion, it will be a music. And that's when they started killing all of our great musicians, like this particular person. This is a good trick right here. Whenever they say, this happened to him, because what Marvin Gaye was going to do, that's why he told me to put the caption. They got a caption that encapsulated his life last year. They came out right after his death. And I got the Marvin Gaye picture down here with that caption. But he was getting ready to go to the next level and combine the music with the whole campus energy to let you know that sexuality and spirituality, what are they saying? That's the whole Christ energy. That's why the Jesus aspect of the church is a debauchery because he comes devoid of the penis. He's the only guy that comes devoid of the penis, and the resurrection in the penis is the reptile power, the whole mystery of the resurrection. So they gave you one devoid of the penis. So that's why now all of a sudden they're coming with the whole Mary Magdalene story, which it was not a human Mary Magdalene at all. This is the same book. Mary Magdalene washed the feet of Jesus. Washed the feet of Jesus. Remember that? Yeah. Okay, here is God Vishnu. This is God Vishnu. You see his chin. You know he's a black man. He's laying on his ass. The God of philosophy, the God of prosperity is down there at his feet, brothers. That's what Jesus and Mary Magdalene story. 5,000 years before there was a Jesus and Mary Magdalene. You see? And you know that's a brother right there. So when they say that's our Christ right. To be that way. Now, I don't know, but if we go to the line, the Christ is the line. But if you look at the line does one thing. The woman goes out to get some food, brings it back for the children to eat. The daddy got it. And basically the nigga line don't do one thing. Sit on his ass. That's right. He might kill something, the woman does everything. Not like the black man. But this brother is chilling. This is Christ in India vision. You know, Jesus is the fish to and fisherman. This is Jesus in India, Christ figure. He got serpents around his head up here. The serpent represents the Kundalini energy, and the seven serpents represent the seven chakras. But his woman is washing his feet. That's Jesus and Mary Magdalene. It's not a historical person. So now they're coming together and talking about the movie to try to get Mary Magdalene and stuff. That's Lakshmi. Lakshmi in India. That's Kara in Tibet. That's Hemmitt in Isis. And also Sekhmet in Egypt. You see, and what they're doing is they're coming to the bloodline of Mary Magdalene and some white folks in France. It's the bloodline of Isis, the genes of Isis, Genesis. Genes of Isis, Genesis. Is the bloodline is you. Is you. You see what I'm saying? Now, to throw you off, this is what they did. They come out, Dan Brown's book, The Da Vinci Code, comes out 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, 4 years, I don't know. He took it from an earlier book. His is supposed to be a fiction, but the earlier book is Holy Blood, Holy Grail. It came out in 1982. Holy Blood, Holy Grail. Okay, now, so he took this thing. It's to throw you off. Meanwhile, the Egyptologists have been doing Egyptology for over 100 years, and you get the same little tired books, you don't really know nothing. You got to have a senator or a congressman recommend you to get into the University of Chicago Egyptology department. Right. You figure, hell, if these people got all that kind of authority, where's the secrets? So, what they did was, this is the Da Vinci Code, and all that shit, they got you looking at that, and you looking at some white folks on movie screens. When Osiris is called the Great Westerner, it's in the West. The text says there will be a group of people in the West. You see what I'm saying? A lot of white esoteric groups came together in 2000. And they concluded that the African American is the heir to the earth. The white people said so. You gotta make no shit up. It came together in 2000. I got the pieces at home. I got put on a lot of pages. The African Americans are the earth heirs to the earth. You see what I'm saying? Now, all the Africans, when they say that too, they talk about the Caribbean. It's a cluster of us. You see what I'm saying? It's a cluster of us. You see, but mainly they talk about the ones that's headed and spearheaded this conscious movement now over in London. The Caribbean is not doing it in this country, but over in London, in Europe, they got a conscious movement that started about maybe 10 years after ours did, or maybe about 6 or 7, 8 years after ours did, and it's going strong now in London and in Europe, all by the Caribbean. You see? So that's that diaspora thing. So they tell us, we want you to trace your history back, trace your lineage back to Africa. And they, the Henry Louis Gates thing came on PBS talking about what it's called, African American Lives. What did he take? They get a whole major motion picture of the people from the Caribbean and over in London, England, and Europe. And trace their history back to Africa. So it's all about our DNA, trying to find the link. So they give you the Dan Brown and they give it to some fake white folks. Some fake white folks throw you off, you get it in your head, that Jesus and that whole thing is based on some white folks again. Even if you you can't put it out as Egyptology because in the collegiate realm, it's very conservative. It's suicide to come up with some advanced stuff on an esoteric level because it's the way. That's why the whole college thing, they got to keep things conservative in the college, you know, because your ass is up there getting educated. They got to keep shit dead. That's right. You see what I'm saying? You think you got some shit. You know what I'm saying? Ain't got nothing. You know, no power, no nothing. You know. So that's the joke. Now, they give you a damn title. That's not like a little monkey suit or something. Like they gave the damn elephant some courage and shit on the middle of they were beating heart. Same shit, you know, just, give them some courage and give, some stuff like that. Give a nigga a damn cap, a regular satin cap. And he's supposed to be, the little graduation cap in that deal. Same old shit doing to us. Black man. No courage, no heart, and no damn brain. So the collegiate level, they got to do some wow. They do is, they'll come and bring one author out there. This is the way they do it. See, like Hitler was a person, you think that Hitler was a person that turned, Hitler could even tie his shoes almost. Dumb as the damn stuff. He's supposed to lead a nation in the Second World War. It was a dual society, and what they do is they always put a front man out there, a decoy, to do the work. That's what you looking at Bush now. You know, saying Bush was in a crack house for 2 years with a black woman. Goddamn, what's the name is his girl. Probably with the life. That's his girlfriend. That's his girlfriend. You see what I'm saying? You see, you got to understand the game that's going on. And that's he's playing the horror story. Look. Horror's father is murdered. Horror comes back to avenge the father. So they do everything on a ritual. Bush Sr. was defeated in 92. Bush Jr. comes back to avenge the father as the horror is finished. But you got to have his woman. And his woman always is the one that's running this shit. He's a dumbass. She's the Secretary of State, which is the person that's running shit. They let you know that because the third person in charge, if everybody gets killed, is the Secretary of State. She's running shit. This is him. He's the Secretary at the desk. She's standing on the field of America. She got a book in her hand, and she got her hand up to her mouth. Remember the finger? The finger, but you got the hand up to your mouth, the finger. She's the brains of the outfit. You see what I'm saying? She's the brains of the outfit. He's just a peon. But they claim the Isopropylos Horus, the male and female of the divine trinity, under the triad. Got to understand ritual. You see what I'm saying? Now, where the hell was I getting ready to go with this shit? What did I say before that? Because I was going somewhere with this thing. They're the scapegoats. So Hitler, you thinking that Hitler was the person that got all these people crazy, and it was a society. You see what I'm saying? It's always a society behind things. So what happened was the Egyptologists said, we got to swim out with the shit that we've been learning for the last 100 years. Because that little tired stuff they got in those stores, old ass Bush books and some stuff. Really, you like, yeah, y'all doing all this, y'all reading all this for fire, y'all doing all this stuff. Where's the stuff? So what they do is they say, well, no, we got to keep this conservative. They got announced on the university level because the niggas been sitting up there and don't keep them dumb. You see what I'm saying? Because education keeps you dumb. Really? I remember this. Now they got stuff out now. They didn't even go to the moon. They faked that shit in 1969. Because the Russians went up there and got killed down there and got out of the space program. So they think that stuff on the sound stage at Area 51 or even in Hollywood, we know it because they even showed it in the movie Diamonds Off the Devil. When your boy is fighting on the scene with his last movie, Sean Connery, before he came back to Diamonds Off the Devil, 1973 or 72, and they're breaking this in this sound stage from the moon to Mars. So they fake that whole thing. They fake that whole lunar mission that went down. So my point here is, but when they fake that lunar mission, everybody in my small town is saying, all the black people were spiritual. They say, them factors will not go to the moon. But I'm going to educate the family. We like, y'all crazy as hell. You see what I'm saying? That's how I tell you how shit goes. Education means you believe that shit that the cracker says on TV, ABC, NBC, CBS, yeah, I'm suspecting third generation college education. We're like, I said, no, and all those people back there, innocent. As innocent, they were like, no, they weren't from big over no more. These were people down in small town in South Carolina, and their spirit was telling them that was some bullshit. Now I'm going to find out that shit was fake. All that shit was fake. They said, well, we can fake the moon, we can get over on anybody from years to come. Yeah.
They showed photos, like what you're saying, that when the spaceship is supposed to land in the program, no dust,
no green. They don't even have, they're in space and they ain't got a star and none of the pictures. And they trying to explain this shit away. I got a picture. Yeah, so wait, not on that. Look at it. They got a picture of them lifting off from the moon. You want to know who's down on the moon taking the picture? Yeah, lifting off from that earth. They got a picture lifting off the moon. Who's down there taking this shit? Was all on sound stage. But anyway, going back to Egyptologists got to come out with this shit. So now what they do is, at first when they want to teach people about the occult and all our science, what they call New Age, what's another Egyptian science and the master and stuff, and they rename it. They say, well, they had all this occult stuff. They say, okay, well, what we'll do? They said the first thing is teach the children. So they went and got one author named J. Rollins or whatever, and they did the whole Harry Potter series. And that's teaching about the Moors and how they taught white folks in Europe. Switching up, put white folks in and stuff like that, and it's the Harry Potter series. So they took the Moorish history and they put one author, and you go, oh, that's one author, and that's her book. But it's a whole group of cultures. And this is the way they told the story. They came out with an adult version called Earth Seed. Get it, if you can give it the ball. Earth Seed. This is it. And Earth Seed. Like the sea, the river, the sea, the ocean. Earth Seed. And it's about the history of Moors and Spain. They got Danny Glover playing the Moor. He's teaching the little white boy. He said, the little white boy don't have no paper. He said, you want to succeed, you want to stay big, you want to stay in church, you're going to have to go to my school, where I was educated. So when they go to the school, and these white folks is doing the wizard and magic, they trying to tell you, but he got on, the little white boy got on the what you call the little skull cap, the Muslim skull cap, the what? The little round, that's Scoopy too. He got on Scoopy along with Danny Glover. So they go to the other school, and the other school, they put the whites in there to throw some people off. They talk like the Moors in Spain. It's called Earth School. Big again. As a matter of fact, the History Channel got the sci-fi came on the Sci-Fi Channel, and they got in a knockdown drag out with a woman that wrote the book. Because she said the book, she said the people in the school and most of the people in the land were supposed to be black people. But you know, sci-fi in America, they got to do the white thing because it's racist. But it's all in the movie Earth Seed. Yeah, it's all in the Earth Seed. So they'll get these authors to come and write these stories to tell what a whole society is trying to hide behind. So the Egyptologists did the same thing. Some school teacher was supposed to take a sabbatical, supposed to hide or something, and in Europe, and go to study these texts. Texts that took over 150 years to decipher, and she deciphered them in 2 years to write a book on this thing. And what it is all the Egyptologists came together and they put the book out with all the stuff they had been studying for the last 150 years on Egyptology, or at least the last 120 years. And they put it behind a lady named Judy K. Kane. And it's all their work that they have been studying. And the book is called the Isis Thesis. They'll Egyptologists from around the world and put the stuff together, which is all the stuff they learned, and put it under one author. And usually say, oh, that's that person's theory, a thesis. But it's got all these advanced Egyptian texts, and this woman's supposed to put this thing together in 2 years. And yet, but it's the last 100 years of all the stuff that the white folks have studied on Egyptology. So that's the way they do things. It's a book called The Eyes of Thesis. And what it is talking about a horrid lineage of a priest, a group of priests that got together in ancient Hemmitt, died, went into what is called a quantum world, and worked their way through up to now in our DNA. See, this is how this goes. The movie Ray talks about something, which is his book. When he was going through his drug thing, he got to the breaking point, and what did he do? He saw his mother and the little girl in the rickshaw store. And he said, man, I wish you all was with me when I went through all this success. And they turned around and said, we were with you. Why is that? Because there's a whole mystery that goes on. And I've been talking about this for years. When you die, when your ancestors die, where do they go? They go, if there's no heaven and there ain't no hell, where do they go? They go and live inside of you as your DNA, as your protein. You see, they straighten up a river. That's the central nervous system. And it's a black river called Styx. That's the black river of melanin inside of your blood system. They are inside of your blood system. So what happened was, these Egyptians, these priests, died. They call it the quantum realm. They got into a bloodline of a group of Egyptians who were reincarnated and go through slavery and will be in America, and in their bloodline, this horrid lineage is carried on through all the way through us. And as a result, they have already synthesized and gone through the whole realm and established that heaven realm is inside of us. That is why the white man is going to try to look for no DNA. Because they know, because they deciphered the damn text, and it's in you, Negroes. Negroes. Who would ever know? It's inside your DNA. And the reason why you are here interested in Hemmitt is because those priests found themselves in your DNA. You the damn bloodline. So they said, here's the motherfuckers that Dan Brown and all that bullshit. And Judy Kane said there's a book called Isaac Thesis. It's all up in there. But even with them, they tell the people when they put out the book, this is something that has to be done. We got to go to the quantum realm. No, it should already happen. That's why we're stuck in this shit now. We are coming to that stuff that's in our bloodline. Right. It's called a Horus lineage. It wasn't no Jesus Christ, some crap on the cross or some black man on the cross. The whole person is a lineage which is us. Just as I have done great works, greater works, ye shall do. Great works is an alchemical term, which means the coming together of all of the substances in the body to the perfected stone. You see what I'm saying? The smooth ashlar, the philosopher's stone. You see? The church, the temple of God, the holy of holies. You get what's going on here? So this is how this is going on. So they thinking it's going, they're directing people to the bloodline of Jesus, and they're thinking it's a human being, and they're talking about a horror. Meanwhile, our people had to go asinine crazy to protect you all. See, our people, you know, like, our people died like flies. Last 18 years, they've been killing us like this. That was all the decoy. They took the priest and shielded them, and the other people was the sacrificial lamb, so you could get this shit here. You know, but you want a car. Yeah. You want a new house. Yeah. You know, for some bullshit, yeah. You want what the white man got. And he's digging and trying to be you. You see what I'm saying? He's looking for weapons of mass destruction. Well, let me show you what weapons of mass destruction this crowd is looking for. Weapons of mass destruction. Well, they went into Iraq, and they were trying to find weapons of mass destruction. in Iraq. They had 35 museums from around the world that called them up 2 months prior to them going into Iraq and say, would secure the museum when you get there and take all the stuff out. And they said, we don't know what happened. Somebody looted the museum. They broke a few old statues. They came. The weapon of mass destruction, the whole war was to get in there and empty out the museum. The hard beat shit. That's what the war is about. It ain't got nothing to do with no oil. Well, people don't understand about the oil thing. You gotta understand. Guess who built the oil refineries in Arabia, Iran, and Iraq, and all that? America and Britain. We run the damn oil. It ain't about no fucking oil. It was about trying to get in the museum, and they had mission accomplished. They raised it. But the other half is in Iran. See, Persia was Iraq and Iran. The other half is in the museum in Iran. That's why they talk about all that shit trying to go into Iran. And the reason why they went to Afghanistan, they was trying to find some artifacts on to say what would make these people around this particular area say that there was a bunch of new gods in America. So they think that the artifacts is bringing them power. So what they do is they go into Afghanistan and they got a Buddha. They was what? How tall was that Buddha that they blew up? Remember that? It was like 50 feet tall. It was taller than on the side of the mountain. So it was 50 feet tall. They blew it up. Look like a skyscraper. They blew the shit up. People didn't ask this damn question. When they blow stuff up, they got splinters. They got the pieces on what they blew up. What happened to the damn pieces of the Buddha? Mission accomplished. They blew it up and took the pieces so they think it's in the stone. Yeah. They searched. But it's us. The Baghdad Museum, they got that the first piece. Goddamn wall open. But see, they fucked up. Because they started the war, they came in. Because the problem is, if you do something, there's always a spiritual reaction. And as a result, they say we will get out when the insurgents die. The insurgents die, you can kill insurgents. Anybody who want to rebel is an insurgent. You understand what I'm saying? How you gonna call somebody insurgents in their own damn land? But they let you know he said, I run the world. You see what I'm saying? But we talk about that particular blood, but the bloodline is us. Y'all alright? Y'all alright? Okay. You other things. So now, okay. You got a mentor, which is called in the West, but also a mentor is the land of the dead in the West. Can you get the word America? America is another aspect of a mentor. That's in Egypt. And they talk about rising up out of a mentor. A mentor means land of army. The hidden ones, the hidden gods. That's the ones that the damn people in Afghanistan say was looking for some hidden gods. But it's hidden. They don't know it's hidden. It's in us. And they don't think that we know anything. They say, why take pure gold and precious diamonds and put them in a shiny vase? You see what I'm saying? You would put it in an old beat-up vase. So when the robbers come, they're going to take that piece of tin can and throw it aside. That's what they do to you. It's in you, but you're the most wretched. Perfect decoy. You see what I'm saying? So all the niggas out there looking in their mind, and they look. Look. You ought to get a little isolated in a little liberation thing. Black, I don't go around this country. Black people so savage. Only thing you can do is put them niggas on a big old field and shoot the damn shit out of them. Bring on the goddamn machine guns. So what they said in my hometown, machine guns. These niggas is savage. All part of the divine essence, because they say it would be that way. Even the Bible talks about the last days, these people gonna be fucked up. I'm giving you the paraphrase of it. Let me say everything, you know, you ain't gonna know shit. See what I'm saying? You see, it's messed up. You see, so I'm just saying how this whole thing going down. But it's all in divine order. Because while that was happening, it's right here. It's in the movie Doom. If you know where the Fremen were, the Fremen, it's in the movie The primitive desert, nobody suspected that you don't even have no people living out in the desert. And the desert is always, the desert is the ghetto, it's always the same. The wilderness. It's called the wilderness in one culture, it's called the desert in another culture, it's called the ghetto in another culture. Same thing. You see what I'm saying? And that's it. And so that's some of the energy, that's some of the energy that's going on. Okay, a few other things, let's see here. Now it's interesting because the ancient word for melanin is called mercury, which is coming from Mercury. So when Mercury is in retrograde, that's why we catch a lot of hair with Mercury in retrograde, because it's connected with the melanin. See, melanin also, when a woman has mood swings, when she's on a menstrual cycle, melanin is a nighttime hormone, and it secretes at night. Serotonin is the daytime. But when the menstrual cycle is going on, you get melatonin, a nighttime hormone pulsating through it moves in the daytime. Can you imagine something for the night? It's up to your ass at 12. And it's a form of sleep. You don't want to be lost. You see? That's what that is. Smelling. Doing different things. That's the sacred time is, despite what the male chauvinist murder cults say, the most sacred time is when a woman was on her period. When a woman was on her damn period. You see what I'm saying? If you look, this is one of the great mysteries. One of the great mysteries. The Egyptians knew it, the Gnostics knew it, which is later the Egyptians knew it, and the white boys now know it. You can cure any disease known to man if you consume menstrual blood. It'll knock off anything known to man. Well, you know, you got to go through something to get it. But then again, that's a part of the shit. You got to go through some shit for healing. But menstrual blood, I know, I'm just trying to say, but I'm trying to tell you the advantage of what the Egyptians do. Because they have all the stuff in it. You see what I'm saying? Motherfucker, eat a shit, man. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You know? I'm just trying to say, I'm giving you science here. On the advanced level on what they do. This is it. And so, some of this stuff here, there's more stuff than that, and it's carried over into the whole Masonic thing. And stuff, you know, alcohol is swallow, but that's the way it is. It's crazy. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is, let me see, what we're going to do is we're going to go into a question and answer, right? Time back, the ball rolling. You know, go into a question and answer, get the ball rolling. Give me some questions back quick.
I have a question. One of your old cases, you talked about the brother at the University of Chicago who is new and weak.
Yeah, the hieroglyphics, when Cambodian supposed to have decoded the hieroglyphics, he really didn't decode it, they really couldn't get it. The little slab that they have wasn't enough. The little stone, and it will take them a long time, they really couldn't, they had problems with it. What they don't tell people, but they tell people when you do research, one of the only people that went to the University of Chicago that was black, you know, a person, the woman with Katie Hemmitt, that wrote a lot of books for Van Sertima and all. She was in some of those stuff, Egypt revisited and all those things. I went to her house in New Jersey, and she was telling me the story that they tell the Egyptologists, which we don't get because most black people don't go to the University of Chicago. And the story is that they couldn't break the codes of the hieroglyphics, so they had to go and get a nigga off the street. A nigga off the street when they started remembering the shit. And the reason why I know that is look, the other day, me and my queen was catching the bus. We were standing out there and the brother walked past. I started laughing because the brother walked past, he's a crack idiot. But the brother could fix the car so spiritually. So this brother he could get to a certain level, he could lay his hand on the fucked up car and the engine started. And my brother saw this nigga crackhead out there working on people, the Mercedes Benz, and BMW. Now anybody work on them, you got to know some stuff on the automotive to work on those cars. They ain't no American shit. Niggas had to learn all over again how to work on the thing. This big crackheads out there working. So I asked him, how the hell you do this? He said, look, man, you didn't know nothing about nothing. He said, look, I pray to the Lord at night. I go to sleep. I pray what I want on a certain car. I put the image of the car. I go to sleep at night. And when I wake up in the morning, there is a design blueprint in my brain. And we go out there and work on that shit. Now, the reason why I know that stuff, man, they say in Philadelphia, in different places, but they don't tell you is this. Let's say they got some real space age machines or some real technical machines, and it's engineered by some people over in Germany, over in Japan. And the machine breaks down when it's very vital, and they need it up and running, but the person in Germany, Japan, and someplace else, they can't get them on time. You know what they do? They go out in the street and they get a nigga off the street. There's a brother said, man, I used to go in, he said, they used to show these machines, and he said, I didn't know what they were, but I could fix them. All I knew was I could fix them. And the brother would go in and fix them. He said, I fixed them for years when they would break down. He said, one year I told them, I ain't fixing these shits no more. And they told me, that's cool. But they said, you can't leave out of this city. You can't leave out of this state. We got to know where you are at all times. You see what I'm saying? It's on the movie Doc Hollywood with Michael J. Fox and a black mechanic, and they fucked his Doc Hollywood thought the black mechanic looked at that piece of red hump or heap or hump messed up car, and he said, I can fix that. I can fix it and fix it. They tell me these black people got that kind of stuff. I knew a guy that learned Hebrew in a week, and the University of Boston snatched him up to teach rabbis that they couldn't see certain glyphs because they didn't have melanin. Because melanin, they can't see what we can see. Why do you think we got fat black men? And why do you think it's fat? Why do you think the Buddha is fat? The Buddha is fat because our taste buds, we can taste food that non-melanated people can't taste. That's why they get us in the kitchen. Because we got more the melanin in our taste buds. So that's why the black woman is fat. Because the black woman, she can taste food. Let me tell you something. Check this shit out. All bullshit aside. This is the quickest family to keep this constant here to talk about my house. They know this. I've only been cooking for about 10 years. Because I was a vegetarian one time. I had to learn how to do some shit to make that bullshit taste like how then I got back to the meat and the shit in hand. But for about 5 years now, I've been cooking Thai cuisine, East Indian cuisine, and cuisines from around the world. I don't know how I do. I just go in there, and if I go to a restaurant and taste something, I can remember how it tastes to go back home and make the motherfucking shit better than the restaurant. And I've only been doing this shit for 5 years, and people keep coming out of the house. God damn, man, how you do it? I said, I don't know. It's spiritual. It's in the damn computer, in the taste buds. So this brother, they couldn't break the hieroglyphics, and they went and got a nigga from Chicago off the street, and a nigga could read this shit blueprint because it was in his DNA, his genetic memory bank. And that's how he did the stuff. You see what I'm saying? That's how he did it. Duke Ellington said, I used to get signed from Africa, and was playing Africa music for 50 years before, no, for 40 years, no, he said for 30 years before I went to Africa, and found out I was playing African music all the time. You see what I'm saying? You know, they can hear the shit. You know, you ever listen to some music to musicians do, and you go, how am I going to create that shit? Take real good stuff. See, it's easy to do the slow music because it's already an art form. But whenever you start fucking with some funk, some real jam music, you go, that's the high shit. The reason I know is because when an artist starts to fall, the first thing he needs is the fast music stuff, and he can only make slow music. That was happening to Prince. Yeah. Prince was up there with his fast stuff, and then in the 90s when he started to fall, he was only good at his slow stuff because the fast stuff starts sounding corny. That's because the fast music, you know, I've heard now some damn cameo secret owner. I need to create that shit. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to say here is, you know, it's a spirit. It's a spirit. They say they get the shit from the spirit realm. You see, they get it from the spirit realm. Now, I remember when one story, they asked him one time about a song he made. He said, where did you get this song from? He said, I got this song from slavery. But what did he had to go back to slavery to get it. That's what Buckley did when he created the musical roots. Quincy Jones, he got that shit from slavery. You think he put some shit together, I know they have to go, if they can't get it in their head, it don't sound right. It sound like some fucked up stuff. They have to go back to slavery. You get Bishop Bruce, Miles Davis, they don't really like that shit because he invented that funk, that fusion, and they didn't like it. The white boys couldn't play. You get the second side, it's an African music. So it's experience stuff that's going. Give me some answers. Give me some questions. Give me some questions.
Would you say that was like a brother? No, here's my question. You think like most movies that we take as entertainment, so you think most that is reality?
Man, it's all kind of, I saw a little movie came out in 99 and I missed it. It was a child cartoon movie called The Iron Giant. The Iron Giant is about a giant that came to Earth, and it had a little dent in his head, and just told who he was, and came from the up in the cars, had a knot in his head, and didn't know who he was, and he was real humble and childlike. Does this sit down for me to interview? And when the army started coming after him, the little knot popped out of his head, and he found out who he was, and the servant came out of him, and he became a god, and he was so advanced that they didn't even have technology to even deal with him. But he came to Earth in the 1950s, around the mid-1950s, right before the Civil Rights Movement. All the shit, man, is a movie. Do you know the X-Men, you know how that came about? Stan Lee was commissioned to make the characters, and he wanted to make some characters of the mutants against the humans, and he chose, and this is what he said in his thing, he said he chose the Civil Rights Movement with Martin Luther King and the Nation of Islam. He chose both of them and made the mutants was the Nation of Islam, and with the two parts of the movement, Magneto, Professor X, yeah. Magneto is not and Professor David is Martin Luther King on the universe. And one man said, no, we can do whatever. He said, I got the Civil Rights Movement and created the X-Men. Why do you think they got it out of mind? All of that type of stuff.
What about the old brother on the Green Mile? One I just know.
Oh, yeah, all that, man. They try to send us messages. A lot of this stuff is demoralizing for us to pick up. They try to monitor all that. Yeah, what's that, brother? I'm going to tell you what hip-hop is. What it is what they do here is this. You will have 2 or 3 geniuses at one time, each character. Then you'll have 4 or 5 copycats and other people to confuse you down there. You see what I'm saying? Now, I'm going to tell you what they're doing. This southern shit is fucked up. Yeah. They put that food hustle and throw out to promote the southern shit and gave them the Academy Award. You see what I'm saying? They did all that, you see, to do. But I'm going to tell you another thing also to break down this stuff. But this is another thing also. It was the music companies that decided. When they looked at Foster Brown, they always said they had, even though you know Foster Brown, they always had eras that they had women that were just as strong. Like Salt and Pepper, Big Arrow. No, Morning Love, this one of the best motherfucking rappers ever. I ain't heard shit yet, you sound like her. This motherfucker could throw back from another planet. But they decided that they wanted to keep this thing more male-dominated for one reason. It's a test thing. Let me tell you what happened. In the archetypal collective unconscious of your child's world, see, we always had a balance of music. In my era, from the 60s or the 70s, mainly my era was the 70s and the 80s, has always had an influx of males and females. So it balances together. That's how, you know, so what happened was they make it all male dominated, and now what this is doing is psychologically, it's producing a form of homosexuality. You feel more comfortable around your boy.
Yeah.
Because you grew up only listening to your boy. And your boy is that woman that used to say to you, you see what I'm saying? That's your boy. So it's a form of that. And the whole, you know, the whole hip-hop industry is gay. All them niggas sleep with each other. All them niggas talk to each other. Yeah. You see, so they dealing with shit on the, they dealing with stuff, they dealing with stuff on the, and plus on that they keep, not only that, they dealing with stuff, see, they dealing with stuff with the UC, a CD, talk to something about a CD, used to be a laser disc. They can have something on the CD where you got one, you'll have the widescreen version, you have the full screen version, they'll bring it simultaneously on one compact disc. And you click on the one you want, they let you know there's something up under the disc. Well, it's the same thing with music, and something with videos. They'll show a nigga sliding on the knob. You know what that means? He might have been going to skin group with another nigga, get job with another nigga behind the scenes. They showing the women gyrating in this scene, and what it is, the subconscious mind gets shit behind the scenes, and then the next thing you know, you looking at a nigga's balls and stuff, and you getting all horny. You know what so a lot of that is vain. It's not so much. If you're gonna do some stuff, it's got to be underground for commercial shit. They're putting stuff in there to mess. Let me tell you another thing too. The porno industry, that's all gay. Fascinating stuff going on in that stuff. That's gay. Let me tell you what, all the people who run the porno industry is gay white men. So what they did, now this is split shit. But you gotta understand where your stuff comes from. You gotta hear this thing. This is something. What they started doing, most of the porno stuff has anal. Okay, anal. Some of them, they don't even mess with the vagina. They go straight to the anal. So what it is the gay person say, now we even. Because the woman is doing the anal. And this is one thing that we can identify with, is we do anal. So it makes it even. So this is one way that they can make the whole woman thing going on. You see what I'm saying? So it's a lot of, it's a whole lot of things going on in the whole gay industry. I'm talking in the porno industry, and you thinking it's regular sex, but it's actually a homosexual thing. They just got a woman because she's doing the whole anal thing. You see what I'm saying? You say that about the whole entertainment industry. All that stuff is freaked out. All of that. All that is. Let me put it this way. I will put it this way. Anybody you see, it takes millions to make a movie. Anybody you see starring in these movies, they took millions, they done had to get that call. The call is they get the call, and they gotta go. Let me give you an example. I got a guy from Milwaukee. He went out to LA. I spoke in Milwaukee in '99, this guy, country club. Went out to LA, he got in a commercial. The first day he got there, he got a call back for a couple of things he was doing, commercials, he was doing, you know, different things, and then people said, how you did this? And then he said, a week later he got the call. He said, so he went to call to see what it was about. It was a naked ass old white Jew man. And if he would have slept with him, he would have been up there with Wesley and the rest of them. So he said he got in the limousine, took it to the airport, flew back the same night to Milwaukee, been in Milwaukee.
What about NFL?
Oh, that's all. You know, that's organized homosexuality.
That's all I'm
Yeah, brown balls and big balls, how many nothing like that? That's an organized homosexuality.
Thank you.
Yeah. All that stuff, man, you think it's like weird. No joke. Weird. It's no joke. What's that, brother?
Yeah, I was talking about the economy, man.
Yeah.
Economy, man. Do I feel thrive? Do I feel that?
I have that too.
You know, I mean, you ought to feel that thrive.
Yeah, pulsation, yeah.
If you mind,
Yeah.
put it together.
Yeah, your upper brain is developing. That's what's happening.
And I also see, I had a dream one time, put everything was coming.
Yeah. Your upper brain is developing. That's what's happening and stuff. It's developing. I get a lot of that. When I'm up here, I'm in the psychic realm. I'm doing all kinds of stuff to give you all this particular information and stuff like that. And so your upper brain is developing.
Yeah, I know it, man, but it's time.
Yeah, it's happening right now. You can go apart. You doing stuff right now. We all in a part of the exercise and stuff that you're talking
back down.
Yeah.
Okay, now there was an article or a paper, I guess about something about the question of Abraham, his hat.
Who?
Abraham Lincoln. They had something there that he was a something guy, and whoever he was at the time, they were saying that Abraham Lincoln and this guy was having sexual deals.
Yeah. Well, you know, the whole release of the movie Alexander.
Yeah.
Was about that. They can say that you can be masculine, but you can have your love, male love on the side. They call that metrosexual.
And even in the movie, like you used to know how they were taking that sex with their children.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, when he becomes victorious and dies from killing everything, you guys started to do it.
Yeah.
They actually, he actually put right. Often, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, yeah.
And you have a sexual violence, they interchange as well.
Yeah. Right.
This is what we are being subjected.
Yeah, exactly.
All the time.
Exactly. Sexual violence and all this kind of thing here, that's what the snuff films is about. They'll get a film where they get a person up and they have sex and they kill the person. And the white folks get off on that type of thing. And the whole sexual violence thing, yeah, that's the whole woman thing. And they into all of that stuff, you see what I'm saying?
8 millimeters.
Huh?
8 millimeters.
8 millimeters is the name of the movie where they deal with all that type of stuff. Yeah, it's called carnal alchemy, where they do a lot of violence and a lot of hurt and stuff like that and all, you know. They got all, I mean, it's all kind of wild stuff, yeah.
There's something else that you mentioned too about sexual and vocation. I went about the bodybuilding competition. Before the steroids, become a well-known thing.
Yeah.
There were bodybuilders like Mark Pierce, Chris Dickerson, and a few others. They were well-known. They come to find out these men are homosexual. They would show you 2 bodybuilders. They were jealous and in the muscle fitness. I mean, the acceptance of it.
Yeah, well, the whole Hollywood is a gay range too. Now,
They're pushing this on. They're adding to the confusion that we can't picture who we are.
yeah, all of that. You see, I mean, they deal with all that stuff. Like I said, it's all ritual to them. You see, it's all ritual to them. Your boule, I get a pick on inside the gay boule. Do you know that upper echelon of advanced white men, a lot of black men, the head of the universities and the head of all these 4,500 things, they have a whole day set aside where they go to, they go to, like, they're in Atlanta, they go to different cities each year and they get together to sue each other.
Yeah.
All these power elite black men.
And they're married.
They've been doing it for years.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Yeah.
I think that goes back to the original, the unified kingdom and all of that.
Well, yeah, some of the rituals coming out of Europe, but a lot of these black men, the reason why they let them rule is because they get together as a homosexual couple. And you see you guys advance in these particular organizations and stuff like that and all, it's a gay thing.
Chief.
It's a gay thing. Yeah. So what's that?
Well, we were talking about dreams earlier.
Yeah.
I have had a recurrent dream I've had for almost 16 years. Never changed. Almost everybody in my family knows about it. And I never could be told anything from it. But the last week, little bits and pieces of it, I blew. So I made it 1%.
What is it?
My best friend and I from childhood are walking up a road, and we see this black raw iron fence about 6 feet high, and it has a gate to go through it, and there's a dish with water about like a half foot deep. And across that water, that little dish is a brick mansion, like red brick mansion with the and widens out huge like a river. And matter of fact, just before I go to across it, I see this little thing floating down. It's got these two little big eyes, but I was like a fish or something. And when I go to hop across, this little, whatever it is, it gets bigger. And I kind of like fall to the edge of the water. Well, it stands up out of the water. It has the body of a man. It has like catfish. And its head has a snout. It has catfish fin. All of a sudden, people show up in different directions. How it's on the head. And it comes, it pans it down. It has a tail and fin. And we have to go in on it. It's going to fight me. But all of a sudden, it just turns its head to the side. And then the catfish fin kind of pricks me on the face. And then laughs at me, backs up to the water, goes back down, and it's a two little island. The ditch, it comes back to being a ditch. Everybody runs over there and tells me how to reach the hospital because that poison is gets you. So this old white man drove me my best friend to the truck and said, I'll take you. And we're standing there, and you can see about the right to the left. But instead he goes to the right, and we're driving up and down all these hills, Louisiana, and as we're driving, my heart is kind of getting louder and louder, and as it gets louder, the light gets dim. So then by the time we drive to the hospital, everybody coming out, and the doctor has a syringe in his hand. He said, I got the antidote here. But just as they get to me, my heart just gets really, really loud, and the lights go out, and I can't drink.
Yeah, number one, I'm sorry, but what do you think it is? What are the people you think it is?
Well, I'm fortunate. I had a real personal here. And my best friend had a long relationship with his brother. Their relationship got resolved, and all of them had to do with his brother. She made me one. And I have to continue on in some ways, but our past tenure, I'm wondering if that was him.
I think that you thinking it's occurring on the mundane realm with something much more advanced and much more spiritual. The fish that you were seeing was none other than your higher self. The reason why you couldn't get across the ditch is she could go on and stuff because her history requires less effort because the simple fact she is not as high up as you. Because the simple fact that you jump in the water and you swallow by it, and when you get to you, it turns and put that thing in you and so it's nothing but your higher self. As a matter of fact, look at this. If I can find one, I got a picture of a black woman coming from England. The black woman with demons coming out of her head. The demon is symbolic of her higher power. And the fish is symbolic of our honest, the fish man. That's the one that said the fish man that's in Samaria and Babylon and all those particular. As a matter of fact, when they went up into Iraq, that's one of the statues they took out. Honest, the fish man, the noble, and in so many words, that's a form of that's a form of your higher self. You see what I'm saying? And the reason why when they got to the hospital and they said they got the cure, but then you wake up and you go dumb and stuff for the simple fact they was trying to stop the rise of your higher self. That's the form of your higher self. That's the whole fish thing. You see what I'm saying? You're like a fish man. You know, the Jesus is the whole fish. You know, you see those people riding around with fish. But if you take them two tails off the end of the Jesus, it's a vesicle of vagina, which means it's you. So in so many words, what's your sign? You're scorpion. Well, that's something coming out of the water anyway. You see what I'm saying? That's coming out of the water, and it's got a whole lot of real powerful things behind it. So in so many words, that's a form of your higher self. That's probably why you are conscious now. If you bring conscious these days now, there you go. It's all about the consciousness. All the screen was showing was you fell into the ocean and stuff, but the simple fact is she made you cross the bridge because her life is going to be more mundane. She has to make it cross the bridge because her soul is not high enough to withstand greater margins. So as a result, you fell in there and also you can reach your higher self. So that's what it's about. You hear now and everything. That's what the thing is trying to more than what you think, and you're not human. You're not human. This brother here, we got to do this. This brother here, we cut off the top. What's that?
How do you see this whole episode, the way that it's going, and ending? How do you see the people ending?
One thing to understand, this is the key, because one of the other issues with the pearl here is this here. Whatever we going through, get used to the idea it's not going to be physical. Discipline and traffic. We've been there, done that, got the t-shirt. But whatever it is, all you got to do is, if you've ever worshiped any God, and you put it at a lofty height, or whatever God you thought is magnificent, find that motherfucker for yourself, because that's what it is. It's like Superman. It's like the superhero came superhuman, but it's not physical. The physical is the entrapment. This is the tool, the shell. So whatever it is, it's going to be some very advanced stuff that's going to be fast. But our God is an all-consuming fire. The fire inside of you is going to raise you to a whole other level. It's like a metamorphosis. A caterpillar comes out of a cocoon, goes into a cocoon to become a butterfly. So whatever it is, it's going to be a whole other transformed being. They call it the glorified being. And that's what it is. It's a God. So whatever a God is, that's what you're going to function, and that's what the deity is. But not in the particular aspect of a new liberation. You see what I'm saying? Because you got to understand, we went in them texts, we got all that stuff off the walls of Kenneth, and they ain't never said nothing about us being Egyptians again.
Would you believe that a higher mathematics will come to this?
Huh?
A higher mathematics.
Mathematics is just a mundane form of trying to understand this thing. It's higher than that. It's a spirit level, more advanced. It's more advanced. The mathematics only applies to the physical world. For us to try to get the capability to try to understand this thing. But in the spirit world, it's a whole nother level.
And that be mathematically defined, that spirit right? And if it can, would it be
well, a lot of times we try to, it can be defined even on much more simple terms. You take a block of ice, put it in a frying pan, it evaporates into steam. It was solid, nice, it's spiritual. In mathematics, we got 100,000 texts explaining this stuff. You see what I'm saying? It's just that we don't know it exists and stuff like that. No, you see, we got tons of texts. Yeah, there's a whole calendar system, mathematics, that defines all that stuff. Mathematics. Oh, you know, they came out, they took the marble that comes off the wall of Rome over in Egypt and the temple of Jerusalem. There's whole, if you tell about, if you want to say that, I mean, but it's not just one thing like mathematics. Is the ultimate reality to explain. They got different systems in it. It's pictorial, mathematics, symbology. You see what I'm saying? So it's different aspects about it. Yes.
Well, the reason I was asking that because that I'm studying mathematics.
Yeah.
I know that in that basic mathematics, they were saying the thing about zero is not possible. But I've come up with, I guess, the ability to divide.
Yes. There's a book you need to get called Cabalistic Concepts by William Gray. And in that book, they tell you to write a list of everything that you think is nothing. And then the zero becomes the absolute. If you can think of something as nothing and nothing actually becomes something, then the zero is actually something. You get the absolute from the nothing. So there's some stuff called Hermetic laws and stuff. Get the Kybalion. The Kybalion. K-Y-B-A-L-O-N. There's all kind of mathematical sequences and stuff like that. But a lot of it is in the Kabbalistic stuff also. Yeah, you are right. Yes. There's more degrees beyond what they tell you mathematics says it has to be.